No, it's a whole thing. Well, can you take your seats, please, ladies and gentlemen? It's 10 o'clock. The inquiry is resumed. A few housekeeping announcements. Same as yesterday, there should be a fresh attendance list circulating today, so please put your details on that before you leave. And if you've got a mobile phone with you, as I said yesterday, please make sure it's switched off or on silent whilst the inquiry is sitting. Thank you. Now, just in terms of a few documents that I've been given, I've been handed a schedule of suggested conditions with the appellant's comments on them, so thank you for that. I'll go through that as soon as I can and see if I have any comments that I want to give you on that. Just check, Mr. Foster, did you receive a copy of the suggested conditions? Good, thank you. The only other documents that have been passed to me, it's a bundle of assorted documents from the Rule 6 party, which I'm told by Mr. Foster are blown-up versions of photographs and diagrams which are already in the evidence, and some stills from the video. So once we get to hearing the Rule 6 party's evidence, you can go through that for me, please. And I know that the other parties have got copies of these as well. Miss Reid, the redacted appendices of Mr. Blair, please.
Yes. So unfortunately, they're not paginate. They're not tabbed up.
No,
so,
no.
So just sorry.
That's okay.
What we just passing. So just in respect of handing the ones that you've got back.
Yes.
It might be helpful for cross-examination purposes, particularly. The main, I'm not referring to photographs, and the one that I am referring to isn't problematic in that respect. If you perhaps use the ones that
yes,
you have,
I won't do anything with the ones I've got just at present,
yes.
But obviously I will not continue to use them. No, we've got these. Thank you. So thank you for those. And similarly, Mr. Foster, I think there were some redacted photos that needed to be submitted, a few from the Rule 6 parties.
That wasn't photographs, sir. That was the time-lapse video.
No, it wasn't simply that. There were some of those later photographs that you submitted in the evidence, which was either called last-minute photos or something along those lines. I can visualise at least one van parked on a footway with the registration plate clearly visible. So,
yes, that's been redacted.
Yeah, okay, well, I've not received copies of those, so you don't need to give them me right now if they're not to hand, but can you just bear that in mind, that will need to come up at some time. Thank you.
Thank you, yeah.
So I'm so sorry, I think we've just handed you 3 copies of the same thing. One of them was actually for the council, one was for the Rule 6 party, so they can switch their own copies.
I must admit, I didn't really look at what you'd handed me. So one...
So if you just keep one of them.
It does say 3, so I want one.
Yeah. Well, I'm so sorry.
Parkinson wants one.
Thank you. I can take them.
Thank you, sir.
Where's the third one?
And one for the Rule 6 party.
Right, yes. That makes a bit more sense, doesn't it? Thank you. Okay, so that was those points. The only other one I wanted to raise at the minute was the draft timetable that I asked the Inspectorate's case officer to circulate so I could have your comments on it. I drew it up on the basis of the time estimates that I'd been given. I added in a few of my own thoughts where there were a few gaps, and although I haven't got a hard copy of what I sent, I am conscious of the fact it left Mr. Pycroft in Purda over the weekend, which wasn't ideal, but I couldn't see anything else on the basis of what I'd been given. So thoughts from anyone, please, so far?
Only in respect of the Rule 6 party that I think I allowed a little bit of time for questioning the Rule 6
Sorry, excuse me, sir. Could we speak into the mic? Thank you.
So sorry, that's better, isn't it?
Yes.
Start again. I think I allowed some time in my initial time estimates for questions of the Rule 6 party.
Yeah.
The way that I may deal with matters is in the same way that I've dealt with third parties, which is it may be that we take a careful note of what is said and I pick them up with Mr. Blair. Now, I can't exclude that I might have some points in terms of clarification and so on. I've put an hour there, I think, but I think it's fair to say that's probably well on the generous side because I'm not intending to carry out a formal cross-examination of the Rule 6 party, if that assists.
Okay. Well, obviously it'll be what it'll be, and we'll just have to keep tabs on progress as we move forward. But in general terms, the way it looked to me is we'll hopefully complete both council witnesses today. It may take the whole day at the upper end of your time estimate for questioning, cross-examination. If it doesn't take that long, then we may be able to start hearing from the Rule 6 party today, and things may concertina, but equally, if questioning gets a little bit lengthy, it may expand. So really, that's why I put it as I did. It seemed to me that going into next week is a given at the minute. It's to how much of next week and what we actually do next week. But it did seem to me that 2 possible times for the site visit were going to be Tuesday afternoon or Wednesday morning. So it was really to get parties' views on the suitability of those times for undertaking the accompanied and any unaccompanied site visits.
So I'll take some instructions, if I may, in respect of that point and perhaps revert after the morning break.
Okay. Mr. Parkinson.
So if I could do the same, just a couple of things on the timetable. On Tuesday next week, I understand that we couldn't start until 10:30 due to room availability.
Okay.
I don't think that's going to make a massive difference, but I just wanted to note that. And I'll also take instructions on the site visit.
Yeah. Mr. Foster, any views from the Rule 6 party on what I said in that draft timetable?
We were thinking Tuesday afternoon would be good time.
Tuesday afternoon.
Mm-hmm. Thursday morning is always a good time.
Well, we're clearly not going to be in a position to do a Thursday, at least not this week, because we're still in the throes of hearing evidence, and I don't want to do a site visit until I know what the views of all the parties are on various matters. And the way things are looking, it's unlikely that we'll be going through to Thursday of next week. So we'll have to see how things go. But let's, at the minute, pencil in possibly Tuesday afternoon.
Around about 2 o'clock-ish, probably.
So you mentioned Thursday next week and also in the email. It's looking unlikely, hopefully, that they'll be needed, but I just wanted to flag that, unfortunately, I couldn't do that Thursday.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you. In terms of the site visit, just one more thing for me to say there. I had asked prior to the inquiry opening for the parties to work together to produce a suggested site visit itinerary. I did mention that yesterday, and I've got a copy of it here. What I also did ask for, though, was if there were any particular times that any locations should be visited. That's what I'd wanted to know, if the parties were keen that I saw particular locations, stretches of road or junctions, whatever, at a particular time. I can't guarantee that we can do the site visit to fit in with that, but if at all possible, then I would try and do that. So you've just suggested now possibly a 2 o'clock start on Tuesday afternoon, Mr. Foster. Any particular time that you would want that to go on to, school time, later? I'm just trying to be clear in my own mind so I can program in an appropriate visit.
Excuse me, sir. The school times are all different. King Edmund School, towards the north of Ashton Road, has a very early start in the morning and an early leave in the afternoon, and the primary schools have different end times. So we're talking about probably a span of 3 hours in the afternoon.
Well, except we can't cover every eventuality, but I'm trying to be as inclusive as possible. So, you know, I'm keen to ensure that we that I see a range of situations. So, anyway, give that some thought. I'm not trying to pin people down now, but let's think about possibly penciling in Tuesday afternoon for a site visit, and we'll just see how matters progress as the inquiry continues.
Excuse me, sir. Is it a single tour, so as to speak?
What do you mean by that?
Are we just talking a single visit?
I will look at whatever points of interest people have highlighted to me, and if that means visiting a particular place more than once in that afternoon, then I'm content to do that. But
Okay.
yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Right. I think that was all I jotted down that I needed to just ask the parties about. So is there anything from any of the parties before we continue with today's business? Miss Reid, anything from the appellants?
No, thank you, sir.
Parkinson, no. Mr Foster, no. Okay, in that case then, Miss Reid, we'd got through the evidence in chief from Councillor Reeves yesterday, so would you like to begin your cross-examination, please?
Thank you, sir. So just so you and Councillor Reeves are aware, I'm sure Councillor Reeves has been made aware by his team, but together with the council, we've attempted to put some tabs in documents to speed matters up for Councillor Reeves in terms of locating them. And Ms Fowler, who is from the council, is just, with our agreement, sitting behind him to assist with documents as well.
Yep, that's fine, thank you.
So, Councillor Reeves, good morning.
Good morning.
I think you might need to bring your mic, it's not just me that's struggling with these microphones, a little bit closer, because I was just struggling to hear you then. I want to start with your proof of evidence, please. Could you turn that up?
As in the proof, yes?
Yes, good. Thank you very much. Now, you set out in your proof of evidence that you've been a member of the Development Control Committee since 2019, 14th of May. Is that right?
Yes.
And at paragraph 2.2, you set out the matters that you deal with in your proof of evidence and the main concerns of the Development Committee, and those have been listed A to F, haven't they, in the documentation?
Are we talking about the... Oh, hang on a minute. Let me go to the right one here.
What you say in Councillor Shaw's proof, and these are also in the statements of case.
Yes, got it, yeah,
Yeah,
thank you.
the Development Committee's main concerns, as discussed in detail in the first and second meetings, because this was reported to committee twice, wasn't it, this application? In respect...
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Can you refresh me on the paragraph that you talked about?
Paragraph 2.2 of your proof.
2.2, yes.
You say, in Councillor Shaw's proof, she identifies at paragraph 3.7 the Development Committee's main concerns, as discussed in detail at the first and second meetings, in respect of the impact of the proposed development on the local highway network. These main concerns are listed in the Council's appeal statement. And there are essentially concerns A to F that are listed by Councillor Shaw, but you go on to say at 2.2 that you are dealing with points C and F, and you set out what those are. You see that?
Yes.
Yeah. And so in respect of the points that you produce evidence about, it's point C, the proposed widening to 2 lanes on roundabout, one from experience and local knowledge doesn't work in respect of Rectory Road and Hall Road. So that's your first point in your proof, yeah?
Yes.
2, Rectory Road, Ashington Road was previously widened to 2 lanes but was reduced back to 1 due to highway safety concerns. So that's a highway safety issue that you've identified there, yeah?
Yes. Correct.
And then point F was the local road network is already congested. It's not accepted that current levels of congestion will be reduced and not worsened by the proposed development. And then you say these issues are primarily concerned with congestion. I think, to be fair to you, that's with the caveat of the Rectory Road point that you make in respect of safety, correct?
Yes.
Right. So, in terms of your proof of evidence sets out, and we can see this is your 2.4, the reasoning and basis for the committee's decision, doesn't it? In respect of those matters.
2.4, you say?
Of your proof, as set out in Councillor Shaw's proof, in light
Yes,
of Development Committee's decision, the evidence for this inquiry is provided by myself and Councillor Shaw as to the reasoning and the basis for the Development Committee's decision.
Correct.
Yeah? And you also set out in your proof of evidence at paragraph 1.4 that you understand your duty to the inquiry and you've complied with and will continue to comply with that duty. And the evidence you've prepared and the opinions expressed in the proof are your true opinions, understanding and belief.
Absolutely.
Take it that still is
Yes,
the
it does.
case, is it?
Yes.
Okay. And so on that basis, what we can take from your proof of evidence is that it sets out the council's full evidence in respect of points C and F. Yes?
Yes.
And Councillor Shaw deals with the other points, A, B, D and E, that have been identified by the council, correct?
Yes.
And that the council does not seek to rely on any other matters other than those that have been dealt with by you and Councillor Shaw in your respective proofs of evidence in support for the committee's decision.
Yes.
Thank you very much. It's also the case then, and just a matter of clarification, we know that it was initially the case that the council produced evidence from Mr. Flexman, a professional highways consultant, yeah?
Yes.
He has, and we'll turn to it later, now produced a statement of common ground with the appellant, where his concerns have been resolved. Now, he initially included to his proof a number of appeal decisions, but you now, on behalf of the council, you don't rely on any appeal decisions, do you? Because you've not referred to any, to support the judgments that you have set out.
That I'd have to defer to our legal counsel.
No, well, I'm asking about your evidence, because appeal decisions can be material considerations, but if they are, we need to know why, what paragraphs are relied on, and how they are similar. A moment ago, you indicated to me that your proof of evidence sets out your full evidence that you call in support of the council's reason for refusal. You do not now rely on any appeal decisions, do you, in your evidence to support the judgments that you have reached?
No.
Good. Thank you. Right, capacity and congestion. We know that the matter was reported to Planning Committee on 2 occasions with a recommendation for approval, wasn't it?
It was.
And on the first occasion, it was the matter was deferred to seek clarification of a number of points that I understand members wanted clarification in respect of.
Yes, that's correct. I did actually vote for a deferral.
You voted for a deferral. Good. And if we just set aside your proof of evidence for a moment, and on the desk there you should have core document 5.1, which is a copy of the officer's second report to committee. So it's the officer's feedback. It's the officer's.
Could you give me an indication with the amount of files
Yeah,
that I've got?
sorry,
here?
my file's not playing ball. Yeah, it's core document 5.1. It's the report to the Development Committee of the 24th of June 2021. And it's pages 6.4 and 6.5, which deal, there's a heading, Impact on the Local Highway Network.
I'll just ask you to pause there while I get that. I think I've got the right. So 6.4 and 6.5.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And the relevant sections, just when you're getting the context in full, because I'm not going to clearly read it all out now, start at 2.13, sir, and those points go over the page to 2.27 in respect of the full context. But I'm just going to take you, Councillor Eaves, to a couple of paragraphs within it, if I may. The first one is we can see at paragraph 2.15 at 6.5 before that the committee were advised that the Highways Authority had considered the transport assessment and addendum and are satisfied that the proposal would not result in severe impact on the local highway network. As the legal advice has set out, the Highway Authority's consultation response, which advises no objection to the proposal, carries significant weight. Now, I know that your position is that you disagree with those conclusions, and we'll turn on to the basis for that in a moment. But just so that we understand the position, you accept, presumably, that the view of the statutory consultee should be accorded significant weight.
Can I just clarify there, because one of the things that I think you're giving a bit of misdirection there is the proposal would not result in severe impact to the local highway authority. This was covered yesterday, that this is not actually under the ECC brief to classify it as the severe rating. It's down to the local council.
Well, no, I'm
and
sorry.
That was clarified.
No, I'm sorry. That's not quite the position, Councillor Eaves. The Highway Authority, you understand, is the statutory consultee.
Yes.
Yeah. The Highway Authority provides advice to the local planning authority in its capacity as expert statutory consultee, doesn't it?
It does.
The Highway Authority looks at the transport evidence that has been produced in the transport assessment and the TAA, and they form a judgment as to what they think the impacts on the local highway network are, don't they? And they
Yes.
communicate that to the local planning authority. And then they also form a judgment as to whether those impacts, the residual cumulative impacts on the local highway network, are severe, and they provide advice to the local planning authority in respect of that matter. And then the local planning authority forms a judgment in respect of the application as a whole, taking into account the views of the statutory consultee. You understand?
I do, and also you understand that yesterday we covered the reasons being why we were questioning the results of the transport assessment.
Which is why I started my question with this point. I understand that your position is that you differ from the view of the Highway Authority, and we'll turn on to that in a moment and have a look at the reasons for that difference. But you accept, presumably, as a member of the Development Control Committee, that the views of the Highway Authority, the statutory consultee, should be accorded significant weight. I think considerable weight is used in the Thetford case, which is referred to in Mr Gascoigne's proof of evidence. Significant weight in the decision-making process as a material consideration.
That is as the rules are.
Yeah, thank you. Good. Now then, in terms of what you were then advised, we can see at 2.16, ECC Highways raises no objection to the quality of the transport assessment submitted, and there is no other contrary technical evidence that suggests that the applicant's transport assessment has not properly considered the impact of traffic movements from the proposed 662 dwellings on the local highway network. At appeal, an inspector would expect the council to explain in detail and evidence why the submitted transport assessment is not acceptable, and it is considered that the council could not reasonably argue this given the Highway Authority would not support this position. Indeed, the Highway Authority's statement would explain why it considered the applicant's transport assessment does in fact appropriately consider the impact of the traffic from the proposed development on the local highway network. Now, just pausing there, what we have in this appeal is we have the Highway Authority's initial consultation response where they offered no objection, don't we?
Yes.
We also have a signed statement of common ground from the Highway Authority, don't we, with
Yes.
the appellant, where it confirms that position. And then the local planning authority brought Mr Flexman in as its professional witness to examine matters. Tweaks to mitigation were then carried out in respect of the Road Junction, and the Highway Authority have looked at that, and what we see in an appendix, we can turn it up if we need to later, but what we see in an appendix to Mr Blair's evidence is confirmation from the Highway Authority that considering that mitigation scheme, that new one that's been agreed between your expert witness and the appellant, it remains the Highway Authority's considered opinion that the residual cumulative impacts on the highway network would not be severe. You're aware of that?
I'm aware of that, but I'm also aware that we do actually disagree because for further, excuse me, further information.
Yeah. Well, don't worry about that. We're going to turn on to the disagreement, but I just want to be absolutely clear, and I'm just looking at your consideration of the Highway Authority's position, and we'll look at why you disagree in a moment, don't worry. But in terms of the Highway Authority, it is no part of your case, presumably, that the expert statutory consultee, in considering this proposal, including in the most recent correspondence with Mr. Blair, has failed to take into account any material consideration. That's not part of your case, is it?
We have since discovered something which we think will throw that completely out.
Well, hang on a minute, Councillor Eaves. You've discovered something that will throw that completely out. Are you referring to the evidence from Mr. Flexman?
No, the evidence that you've produced, which we will come on to later.
Sorry, you're referring to your page 45 that you referred to yesterday.
Yes.
Right, but the Highway Authority has considered that evidence, Councillor Eaves. The Highway evidence has considered, and we can actually...
And there is a mistake in it.
Well, no, hang on a moment. Turn on to 2.18. What mistake are you referring to? Specifically.
We can come on to that when you come to the evidence.
I want an answer now. If you are saying that there is something that the Highway Authority, as the statutory consultee, has failed to take into account, a material mistake has been made, I'd like to know exactly what that is, and I'd like you to point me to the part and page reference where I see that, please.
Okay. What the problem is in the page 45 that we discussed yesterday.
Remind me, page 45 of?
This is Mr. Blair's.
So was this technical appendice, technical note, whatever. So where am I going to find that?
So it's Appendix 14.
Appendix 14,
of
yes.
Mr. Blair's evidence.
Thank you.
Which is Junction modelling results from Tetra Tech amended modelling.
Yep.
Someone's taken my sticker out, sorry. Go. The problem that we have is that when we look at the delay, the average delay, if you look at the max Q, your and the evidence of Mr. Blair and the recent evidence that we have had for tweaking on the roundabout that goes into Daly's Road, that actually, what you've got there, the max Q, the remodelling relies on free flow through the roundabout on Daly's Road, yes?
Well, you tell me. No,
but
I'm sorry, I don't...
That's what the remodelling is for.
I'm asking Councillor Eaves the question.
Okay.
I appreciate...
Okay, so what you actually have now is...
sorry, the mistake is what, Councillor Eaves? I missed Saxon's comments from behind you. Can you the model relies on...
Free flow being created by the tweaks that are done on the road, on the roundabout for Daly's Road, yes?
Which tweaks are you referring to?
The latest ones.
No, which tweaks specifically are you saying have created some difference that means the Highways Authority has not properly assessed?
Right, these are the ones that were recent, the last tweaks that were done. You'll know that.
No, I'm sorry, Councillor Eaves, this is your evidence You are trying to identify something that you say, because just to be absolutely clear, the Ardent work that was initially produced through the transport assessment showed a ratio to flow capacity of 1.37. The tweaks that were subsequently made were in respect of geometry, which Mr. Flexman has agreed in the Statement of Common Ground, because what had happened was amendments in respect of the highway's layout hadn't been taken into account in the model. So the model was overly robust. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Right. So do you take any issue with the fact that, firstly, the model should reflect the actual position on the ground now?
No.
No, right. Second point is that the model was adjusted to take into account more realistic trip rates, which again were agreed with Mr. Flexman. Again, do you take any issue with Mr. Flexman, your own professional witnesses' professional opinion that those are appropriate and robust?
There is something that's been missed
No,
here,
no,
which
can I
I'm
ask-
trying to actually
well,
explain.
hang on. Let's just-
Councillor Eaves, I need to make a note of your answer to the question that's been put to you, not you responding with something else that you want to say. So please
Understood.
listen to the question that's put to you, respond to that. If there's then something else that you want to say in terms of clarification, by all means do that, but please make sure that you concentrate on the particular question that's put to you. That's what I'm writing down, and so I need to know your answer to that.
Okay.
You might have to wind that back a little bit, Ms.
Okay,
Reid.
thank you. So no issue that we should actually use the geometric parameters that have been agreed between Mr. Flexman and the appellant, and no issue taken in your proof of evidence or examination in chief in respect of more realistic growth rates and trip rates that have been agreed as well between Mr. Flexman and Mr. Blair. You haven't raised that in your evidence, have you?
No.
No. So no disagreement there from you in respect of that either, presumably?
No.
No, right. So those are the tweaks that have been made to the model, as you say, and what that has meant is that the ratio to flow capacity has decreased from 1.37. So the 1.37 was the basis of the Highway Authority's initial conclusion, no residual severe cumulative impact. That has now decreased, we can see in the table at page 45, to 1.14. So on what conceivable basis, what is the technical reason that you say then that the Highway Authority has failed to take something material into account? No, I'm so sorry. I would like Councillor Eaves to answer it rather than the floor behind
Yeah,
us.
I'm not quite sure why there has to be so much muttering in the background. It's a formal public inquiry. Questions are being put perfectly reasonably to somebody who the council's put forward as their witness on this topic. It's not appropriate for other comments to come from the floor. Please don't let me have to disrupt proceedings by making other similar announcements.
Can I be clear? I'm not taking any notice of anything that's going on behind me.
No, okay, Councillor Reid, but the point is it's distracting, so
Yeah, understood.
it shouldn't be happening.
If I could clarify my point on this, because the thing that concerns me is that what we actually have is on the page 45 of Mr. Blair's figures, we have a max queue rate that would indicate that that queue from the Hall Road roundabout would go beyond the Daly's Road roundabout. So if we have a queue that is created from Junction 4 going into Daly's Road roundabout, it would throw into question the free flowing of the traffic through the Daly's Road roundabout.
Yeah. I understand that that's your concern, Councillor Eaves, and don't worry, we're going to come on to look at your concerns in a moment, but it would really help if we could just focus for a moment on the questions. I'm asking you about the Highways Authority. The chronology is they considered the TA and the TAA. That was initially leading to an assessment of a ratio to flow capacity of 1.37 in respect of Junction 4, which is the one that you've raised issues with. That has now decreased. You've agreed that you agree with the tweaks that have been made by the expert witnesses in respect of that. So it was in respect of the Highways Authority and their consideration of the matter. You do not identify any material change in circumstances or evidence that could possibly lead them to come to a different view to the one that they've reached, do you? I know you disagree with it, that's a different point. But right.
That is the position.
Right, thank you. Good. So, Highways Authority, position of no objection, statutory consultee, we agree significant weight, and no material considerations identified by you which mean that they might come to a different conclusion. Correct? That's
yes.
fair, isn't it? Good. And then if we look at what you were told by officers in that respect, 2.18, please, of the committee report in front of you. The committee report details the residual cumulative impacts on the local highway network as identified by the transport assessment and addendum, which would remain once junction improvements that would be delivered and had been considered. It is the case that the Ashington Road, West Street, Hall Road junction, no junction improvements could be carried out, and that the proposed development would add to queuing and congestion here. So just pausing there, that's confirming the position that the Highway Authority knew that there would be an impact at that junction, isn't it, by the officer?
Yes.
Yeah. And then we see this. However, the Highway Authority has considered the impact carefully and do not consider that the residual impact would be severe. We've looked at that point already. And then we see this advice from your professional officer. Although there may be a perception that the proposed development would lead to a severe impact on the local highway network, it would not be adequate to rely on a perceived impact to justify refusing the application. At appeal, the Council would be expected to explain in detail and evidence why the residual cumulative impacts identified by the applicant's transport assessment would be severe. The Highway Authority would not offer support as they raise no objection to the proposal, and the Council would have no evidence to present and to support its case at appeal. Now, that was the advice from your professional officers, but just pausing there, that the key point that I just want to raise with you there is that you were told or advised expressly by your professional officers that it would not be adequate for the Council to rely on a perceived impact in refusing the application, weren't you, Councillor Eaves?
Yes.
Good. You have seen, well, it's Mr Pycroft's evidence, he's going to be delivering it, but Mr Gascoigne's proof of evidence, and he makes reference to a case which says that where there is departure from the view of a statutory consultee, there has to be a clear and compelling reason to reach such a position.
Yes.
You agree with that and you understand? Good. Right, well, let's have a look at what evidence you've got then to depart from the position of the statutory consultee. If we just put aside the officer's report, please, and turn back to your proof. Paragraph 4.4.
Yep.
And in paragraph 4.4, you set out a point here, which was one you expanded on with my learned friend in examination in chief, and you say there is clearly an existing level of congestion on the local highway network. This has been stressed by local residents in objection to the application. Further, the existing congestion is identified and acknowledged in the TA. So just pausing there, You accept that the TA acknowledges, identifies and takes into account the existing level of congestion on the local highway network?
Yes.
Yeah, good. Now, you were then in examination in chief taken to Mr Blair's site visit observations, but you understand that Mr Blair's role in respect of this matter has effectively been to undertake a peer review of the TA and the TAA. You
Yes.
understand that, yeah? And so, in respect of the TA and the TAA and the modelled results set out in those, they account for, sorry, because this is what you say in 4.4, they account for the existing congestion on the highway network, don't they?
Yes.
Good. And so when we are looking at the results of the models, in the TA and the TAA, and then as subject to the validation and tweaks that have been agreed by Mr Blair, Mr Flexman, and now also by you a moment ago, the existing traffic conditions that have been fed into that model and that are identified in the TA and TAA are not challenged by you, are they, Councillor Eaves?
No.
No. Thank you. Because you have not produced any traffic survey or any specific evidence, have you? And it is no part of your case, therefore, to say that the inputs into those models are wrong.
I believe that's the case.
So they're right, aren't they, on that basis?
Well, personally, I have an objection to that, but no.
No. So hang on. Your evidence, giving evidence on behalf of the local planning authority, having taken into account the suite of documentations, which I'm sure you've considered extremely carefully, is that the inputs into the model in respect of the existing traffic conditions, they are robust, representative and fair, aren't they?
I have a different view on that, but that is the professional opinion.
Right, well, that's the professional opinion, but as we ascertained a moment ago, it is not sufficient to rely on a perceived impact. You've already confirmed to me a moment ago that the existing level of congestion on the network has been acknowledged and identified in the TA. You present no specific evidence to the contrary. The inputs into the model are fair, robust and reasonable. You have no evidence to the contrary, do you, Councillor Eaves?
I believe that that is what has been produced. I don't agree with it because of local knowledge, and there is a severe amount of weight that I believe needs to be actually taken on local knowledge. And you will see, as things are produced later on as we go through the various applications, I'm sure the Rule of Six Party will bring you more on that, where there is evidence. And this is what is the crux of this.
No, sorry, let's just focus on the question. You have identified in your proof of evidence, you say there is clearly an existing level of congestion on the local highway network. This is a point that has been stressed by local residents in objection to the application. So you're taking into account now what residents are saying to you in respect of the existing level of congestion, aren't you? Yeah?
Yes, and
in
personal experience.
And personal experience. Then you say, further, the existing congestion is identified and acknowledged in the TA. And you confirmed to me a moment ago that you were content that was the case. My point to you is, it therefore follows, doesn't it, that the inputs into the model are fair, robust and reasonable.
If you say so.
I'll take, is that a yes or a no? Because if
No,
you
it's if you say so.
No, I'm
because
sorry,
I
Councillor.
disagree with the results of what we're seeing.
I'll note that.
Right, so you disagree. So I would like you, please, well, let's look at the officer's report, and I just want to probe you a little bit on that, because you understand you are giving here the views of the local planning authority, and you understand your duties to the inquiry, Councillor Eaves.
Yeah.
Right. Could you turn up the officer's report, please? Para 2.14 this time. Have it?
Yes.
Good. And we see this. Essex County Council's Highway Authority has independently confirmed that the transport assessment that has been produced is robust and appropriately assesses the impacts. You see that?
Yes, I do.
For example, and this is the point I want to turn to, in respect of baseline traffic data collected via traffic survey by the applicant's transport consultants, ECC compares this to data it holds to ensure that the data is not unrepresentative. The traffic survey was carried out at an appropriate representative time, i.e. midweek, not during school holidays and prior to the pandemic. Now, I just want to pause there. I presume that you accept that it is appropriate to carry out the traffic survey midweek, not during school holidays and prior to the pandemic, so before we see those impacts in terms of home working and so on. That's appropriate, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. And you have not identified in your comprehensive proof of evidence any reasons why the survey time or period was unrepresentative, have you?
No.
No. And in fact, we know that residents are particularly concerned about Thursdays because that's bin lorry day, as I understand it.
Yes.
You're aware that the traffic survey was carried out on a Thursday, Councillor Eaves?
I wasn't aware which day it was taken out, no.
Well, I mean, it says on the front cover, and we can get it out if we need to, but it was carried out on a Thursday. And again, I presume that's something you'd support then, isn't it, in terms of representing the worst case conditions?
I would guess so, yes.
You? Good. And next point, we can see that ECC has compared the data in the survey to data it holds to ensure that the data is not unrepresentative. You have produced not a scrap of evidence, have you, Councillor Eaves, to demonstrate that any of the data in the traffic survey, which has been independently compared by ECC to traffic data that it holds, is erroneous or unrepresentative?
I'd find that difficult to actually disagree with.
So you agree, no evidence to dispute the data in the traffic survey as independently verified by ECC. That's fair, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you. Good. And Mr. Flexman was instructed by the local planning authority as an expert to represent the local planning authority, and we'll turn on to what happened there in a little while. But at no point did Mr. Flexman challenge the appropriateness, representativeness or robustness of the traffic survey either, did he?
I believe that's the case.
Thank you. Good. So that traffic survey and the inputs into the model then can and should be accepted by the inspector, shouldn't they, if there's no evidence to the contrary?
Yes.
Thank you. Good. And so when we think about that test that we turned to at the beginning, which is there must be cogent and compelling reasons to depart from the views of the Highway Authority, and the views of the Highway Authority should be given significant weight, but it's those cogent and compelling reasons to depart from the view of the Highway Authority. There are no evidenced cogent and compelling reasons based on evidence, are there, to depart from the view of the Highway Authority that the data used is representative and appropriate?
I believe that there were issues that were brought up yesterday that do actually conflict with that.
Hang on, Mr.
But in respect of the reports that have been produced, I don't have the professional qualifications to dispute them.
Right. So a moment ago you said it can and should be accepted by the inspector. That means, doesn't it, that there are no... you are giving the evidence on behalf of the local planning authority. There are no cogent and compelling reasons on that basis, are there, to depart from the considered opinion of the Highway Authority that the baseline traffic data was appropriate and representative?
That would appear so.
Thank you. Good. Right. Next point. Examination in chief, the specific point that you were taken to related to observations in the AM peak, you recall?
Right, yes.
Yeah. And I think you said your specific knowledge and experience really related to the 7 to 8 AM period, and then Councillor Shaw had informed you, and she could confirm later, that it was similar from the period 8 to 9 o'clock. You recall that evidence? Yeah. Okay. So just to be clear, because we know that your evidence is your comprehensive evidence, as supplemented by your examination in chief, you have not taken issue with any other period in your proof of evidence or examination in chief other than the AM peak, have you?
That is the area that I am familiar with.
Right, well, you have not, you are presenting the evidence on behalf of the local planning authority. You have not produced in your proof of evidence or examination in chief any specific reference or case relating to any other period other than the AM peak to support your judgment that the residual cumulative impact on the highway network would be severe.
That is because that is what I'm familiar with.
Right. So that's a yes, isn't it? Your evidence relies solely upon the impact in the AM peak, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Good. And just to be... dealt with that point. I just want to have a little think about where all of this takes us then. We know that the issue that you're dealing with, other than the highway safety point in respect of Rectory Road, is whether the residual, and the words of the framework, and I know you have it in front of you if you want to refer to it, but the words of the framework are, and the test is, whether the residual cumulative impacts on the road network are severe. You're familiar with that. It's para 111.
Which page is this? Could you...
I don't know what page it's, so it's paragraph 111.
Got that?
Yep, got that. So test whether the residual cumulative impacts on the road network are severe. Yeah, and then there's also a point about unacceptable impacts on highway safety. So we'll look at that bit later when we look at your Rectory Road point, but focusing on the congestion point for the moment. So you understand, Councillor Eaves, that the test is not whether the network is subject to a level of congestion now. It's looking at the position post-development and post-mitigation.
2029, yes.
Yeah, and it's looking at the position post-development, and it uses the words residual. So what that means is that in assessing the impacts, you take into account the mitigation that's proposed, don't you, as
Yes.
well? Yeah. And it's also talking about the residual cumulative impacts on the road network. So it's not the identification of one specific severe impact, it's looking at the thing in the round, isn't it? You understand that?
Yeah, this is a problem that we do have in the planning committee, in that when we do have reports like this brought to us, it just considers the local aspect. It does not consider, in the reports that we have, it does not consider the wider road network. We have nothing in the report that was given to us around the wider road network.
Well, sorry, I think you misunderstand my question. The study area that was considered and that was agreed with planning officers and highway officers took into account a number of junctions, didn't it?
It did.
Yeah. So my point is that in considering whether the residual cumulative impacts are severe, you take into account the impacts on all of them, not just one of them, and you take into account the impact at all times, not just one time, for example.
Yes.
You understand that? So
I do.
it's a balanced judgment taking into account everything.
Yes.
And so just because you identify one impact, it doesn't necessarily follow that the impact on the road network is going to be unacceptable. You understand?
Yeah, but you only have to have one point in a pipe that's blocked for the whole thing not to work.
Well, it'll depend, won't it? How big the blockage is, how long the blockage lasts, and the impact on the pipe as a whole.
But that is what we have actually put forward as being the problem.
Well,
is that there is a point in the pipe where it does block and it does affect everything.
Right. Well, is it? Because you say in the reason for refusal that the development would result in a severe impact on the local highway network. That's not the test, is it? It's whether the residual cumulative impact on the highways network would be severe. You understand?
I do.
Good. Right. Now then, in terms of and you also understand that when considering then whether the impact on the road network, the residual cumulative impact, is unacceptable, the test is whether the impact is severe. So we're not looking for a nil detriment, are we, necessarily?
No.
Yeah. So you can have impacts that are negative impacts but are not severe. You understand that?
I do.
Good. And in terms of the junctions that were assessed through the application and have been further considered through the appeals process, nobody has taken any issue, have they, that this is an appropriate study area and that together the local planning authority, the highway authority and the appellant have looked at the relevant junctions?
Yes.
Good. And in terms of that point then, I just want to understand actually, and this is hopefully now clarification, because I know you've had Mr. Flexman assist you in terms of looking at some of these points. I just want to understand where the areas of difference now lie between us, the appellant, and you, the local planning authority, if I may, following that review. Can you turn up Mr. Blair's proof of evidence, please? Oh, okay. Ah, I see. Okay. Thank you. Right. Okay. Right. So this is just understanding now where we are. So you've got Mr. Blair's proof of evidence. And I'm sorry, I also need you should have a little small thin black file, which I can see just in front of you. And Miss Fowler told me to tell you it was in the small thin black file to help to assist. Also, we're going to just have a look at the statements of common ground now between the Highway Authority and the LPA. So there are two of those.
Okay.
Okay, you have both of those.
Can I be clear? Highway Authority...
Sorry, not the Highway Authority, the Highway Statement of Common Ground, sir.
Highway Statement of Common Ground. This is the one that was back in November. Is that the one?
So
November?
there should be one which is dated January,
20,
Yeah, I've got 4 altogether. Hang on.
bear with me, 19th of January 2022.
Yeah, hang on then. Highways. Yeah, sorry.
And then also one dated the 24th of January 2022.
Okay, so the 19th of January is the one that I'd got prior to the inquiry starting, and then the 20, whatever you said, is the one that was handed in yesterday.
Yeah, that's great.
That one's in a different place. Yeah, I've got both of those, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Right, Councillor Eaves, just turning first, please, to the one that's dated the 19th of January 2022. So this is the first statement of common ground between the local planning authority and the appellant. And this is the one that was signed before rebuttals were served by Mr. Flexman and Mr. Blair. Yeah? It's the bigger one of the two, if that helps.
okay. Just make sure I got the right date. Date on it. 19th of January, yeah, got it there. Yep, got that.
Okay, and just to be absolutely clear, we can see on the front page that this is a statement of common ground between the appellant and and Rochford District Council. Yeah.
Yes.
And over to the first page, although it was signed by Mr. Flexman, and again, this is the one that was served before the rebuttals, it was signed by him on behalf of the LPA. You see that?
Yes.
And then if we turn over to paragraph 1.1, please, in the introductory section,
Yes.
we can see this highway statement of common ground has been prepared by Tetra Tech and with Connect Consultants, that's Mr. Flexman's consultants, acting on behalf of the LPA and the council in respect to the application. You see that?
Yes.
Right. So this is the statement of common ground that was signed, and it represents the agreed position between the appellant and the local planning authority, doesn't it?
That's what it says.
Yeah, good. And we can see at paragraph 3.2, and this was a point that I put to you earlier and with which you agreed, having confirmed that the council does not dispute the accessibility of the site is acceptable at 3.1, this is the point I'd like to turn to at 3.2, it is agreed that the updating of trip rates, growth rates and validating of base models as set out in Mr. Blair's evidence, as updated via emails from Mr. Blair on the 18th of January at 3:19 and 16:42 is acceptable for assessment purposes. So there is agreement with the local planning authority. There is agreement in respect of the local planning authority that it's those updated models that we should look to, isn't it, to understand the impacts of the scheme?
That's what it says.
Well, that's the agreement of the local planning authority, isn't it? That it's those updated models for trip rates, growth rates and validation of base models that we should look to understand the impacts of the scheme.
I can't disagree with what's written.
Good. And we can then see just bear with me, just find the right reference. Yeah, it's 3.3. So there was a point taken in respect of the Ashington Road, Dalis Road roundabout, which we'll turn on to in a moment. So that was Junction 3. But then we see this. It is agreed that the modelling software has been used appropriately by the appellant at all other junctions included in the analysis. Yeah? So that's junctions 1, 2 and 4 and 5. Yes?
Okay.
Well, that's the agreement, isn't it, between the local planning authority and the appellant?
That's what it says.
Yeah. And so it's those models for junctions 1, 2, 4 and 5 as updated for trip rates, growth dates and validation, as confirmed in 3.2, that we should look to understand the impact of the scheme on those junctions, isn't it, based on the agreement here?
It does.
Thank you. So let's just have a look where that takes us. Now if you turn to Mr Blair's evidence, please. And at page 33, so this is, at page 33.
What section have you put that under, please?
Pardon?
What section have you put that under?
So this is where it's section 9, and it's
What have you put it in?
Mr Blair's evidence, Mr Blair's proof.
Oh, right. Okay. No idea.
I'll just take advantage of the lull there to say that I'd look to have a mid-morning break round about 11:30 if you're still going at that time. So, okay.
I'm not making quite as much progress as I anticipated, sir, so I'll do my best, but
Yep. Well,
I know it's
obviously
difficult with the papers and things, Councillor Reeves, so.
we'll continue after the break, obviously.
Right, we've got in section 9, and it's pages 32 to 33. So look where that agreed position takes us. So at 9.3, and I'm sure this is uncontroversial, this particular point, but let's check, it's talking there about the capacity of the new site access. No issue taken with you in respect of the site access, is there? No? Yep. Good. And next point, page 34. So this is where we are dealing with the Anne Boleyn roundabout, yeah? And you're aware, Councillor Reeves, that obligations have been offered in the Section 106 obligation to provide contributions for improvements at the Anne Boleyn roundabout.
Yeah, I would make a comment there that I did ask when we had the representative from Essex Highways at the original application when it first came to Planning Committee. I asked because it was highly detailed, all the other junctions, but the Anne Boleyn roundabout was just noted as needing improvements. In respect of doing due diligence as a member of the committee, I did ask specifically the Highways representative what those improvements would be, and I have continued to ask what those would be. We were given an answer at the development committee, and that answer was rather short and pert, and it's complicated.
Okay.
Now, my point on that was that I said to the lady afterwards, I said, you need to give us something to be able to look at here, because as committee members we need to do due diligence, and I have continually asked what those improvements will be, that roundabout there. The reason being why we asked the question was because there are 2-lane approaches to that roundabout already, and so we were a bit confused as a committee what on earth those improvements would be, and we have never been given the information as to what they would be.
Well, I suppose the issue for the planning committee and for you is that you need to be satisfied that a scheme of mitigation can be implemented that would resolve issues there. You understand that? And there might be several schemes that could do that, but you need to be satisfied that one can be implemented that achieves that result, yeah?
Yeah, but we should be actually privy to what those recommendations should be, so as we can do due diligence, and we were never given that option.
Well, let's just have a look at the evidence that's before the inquiry now, okay? Because we have the modelled results, and we see at 9.6.5 of Mr Blair's evidence that he has tested a minor mitigation scheme And what he says is that that minor mitigation scheme, which effectively it's a curb realignment to widen the approach so that there is more capacity on the approach, would over-mitigate by 1%. So what that means is that that roundabout will be or can be brought back into capacity, or the Highway Authority could use the contribution, he says, towards some bigger scheme if they're also looking at more general improvements on the highway network. Now, I presume that you do not have any technical evidence to dispute Mr. Blair's mitigation scheme that would bring that roundabout to operation within capacity.
As a committee, we have never been in a position to be able to question it because we've never known what they would be.
No, I'm sorry, you've had this proof of evidence. You've had this proof of evidence. No, I understand the position of the committee, and I know you're trying to give you, but you who is giving evidence on behalf of the highway, of the local planning authority, has had Mr. Blair's proof of evidence for 4 weeks, and you were also engaged a professional highways consultant to rigorously analyse the appellant's case, and you do not produce any evidence, do you, to demonstrate that even that minor scheme of mitigation would not be successful in mitigating the impacts at the Amber Lynn roundabout?
I am reliant on the experts that are around me.
Right, so we can agree then, because we know that Mr. Flexman has said that there are no outstanding issues now between him and Mr. Blair. If you're reliant on his evidence in respect of this junction, the position of you on behalf of the local planning authority is that the impacts at this junction can be mitigated to an acceptable degree on the basis of the evidence before the inquiry.
That would appear to be the case.
Thank you.
Can I point out one other issue that actually is of concern to us with regards to the Amber Lynn roundabout? The modelling does actually come up with, because we've had an issue there at the council for this particular area of air quality. It's very close to being under an air quality management situation. The models that we've had that have been produced would suggest that there is not a problem with air quality around it. However, the council does actually have physical tube air quality measurement situation in that area. And 3 of the last 4 years, those readings have failed. Right. So it does bring into question the models on the air quality management. Right. I just wanted to point that out as we're looking at the Amber Lynn roundabout at this particular point in time, as that is a concern. Okay,
but your planning statement of common ground between you and the local, firstly, there's no reason for refusal on the basis of air quality, is there, Councillor Eaves?
And that has what has been written.
Yeah. Well, there isn't, is there? There's no reason for refusal on the basis of air quality.
I have a concern on that. As a councillor, I am representing the residents of the area, and that is a severe concern.
You're not. You're representing the local planning authority here.
Yes.
And the local planning authority, there is no reason for refusal on the basis of... Are you adding a reason for refusal on behalf of the local...
No, I'm just expressing my concern, that's all.
Understood. Are you adding a reason for refusal on behalf of the local planning authority?
That can't be done. No,
right. Because also it's the case, isn't it, that the statement of common ground, the planning statement of common ground, and I'll read it to you, it's 5.23.1, air quality. It is agreed that the appeal site does not lie within or close to a designated air quality management area, and that the impacts from vehicle emissions that would result from the proposed developments would be negligible. It is agreed that the air quality pollutant concentrations would remain well below their respective air quality objectives and targets, and therefore no mitigation is required. That is the formal view of the local planning authority, as set out in the planning statement of common ground, isn't it?
It is, but I have severe concerns about the accuracy of that.
Right.
That's personal concerns based on the evidence that we at the council are presented with from physical measurements. That's all I'm doing. I'm just pointing that out, that is a concern that we have that I think should have been taken into consideration. It's not in there at the moment as a refusal, but to say that it's not something that would be considered as an air quality management area is incorrect, because the council have actually considered that area actually coming into an air quality management area in the past.
Yeah, but it's not one now, is it, Councillor?
Not at this precise moment in time.
And I want to be absolutely clear on this point, because it goes to the reasonableness, frankly, of the council's behaviour. Are you seeking to tell the inspector that you, on behalf of the council, now are adding a specific objection in respect of air quality?
I'll repeat what I said. I'm raising my concerns. I'm just making my concerns known.
Councillor Eves, as I said before, I don't want to hear you give a rambling sort of answer. If something direct is put to you, please answer either yes or no, then clarify it. Then at least I've got your answer to the question that's been put. It makes my note-taking extremely difficult if I make a note of the question and then I don't get an answer to it.
Understood.
Do you want to try that question again?
I'll try it again. No reason for refusal by the local planning authority in respect of air quality.
No.
Planning statements of common ground confirms no issue taken by the local planning authority in respect of air quality, and I read the full paragraph to you. No evidence in your proof or Councillor Shaw's proof presented on behalf of the local planning authority in respect of air quality. Are you, without any evidence, producing an additional reason for refusal or objection in respect of air quality on behalf of the local planning authority?
No.
No, thank you. Good. Right, so let's go back to the points you do take. We've agreed scheme of mitigation at the Anne Boleyn roundabout can mitigate the traffic impacts there of the scheme to an acceptable degree. Next one, please, back to Mr. Blair's evidence. Sorry, just bear with me a second. Yeah, the Rectory Road roundabout junction now, please. So the Rectory Road junction is junction 1, and that is dealt with at 9.2 of Mr. Blair's proof. There's a heading there. Do you have that?
Got that, yes.
And in the highways statement of common ground that we took out a moment ago, and which I have just misplaced, just bear with me a sec. I seem to have lots of copies of one of them, but only one. I'll just borrow that. I'll just borrow that in a minute. Thank you. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
No, it's here. It's all right. I've got that one. You take yours back. So this Rectory Road is junction 1, and this is, you'll recall, we were looking at paragraphs 3.2 and 3.3 of the Statement of Common Ground before. So this is the junction. This is one of the junctions again, where it was agreed by the professional experts that the modelling software was used appropriately. That's the bottom of 3.3. And again, trip rates, growth rates, validation of base models as set out in Mr. Blair's evidence you accepted earlier with the appropriate models to use now based on the position of the local planning authority and the appellant to understand the impacts. And in terms of what those impacts are then, we can see, if you look at Mr. Blair's evidence, and it's 9.2.3, And I'll just be clear, I'm going to turn on to your road safety point separately in a minute. I'm just looking at capacity at the moment in respect of that junction, Councillor Eaves.
Yes.
What we can see there is that when the revised growth and trip rates are used, the Tetra Tech model for the mitigated layouts, this is post-mitigation, which we know we need to take into account under paragraph 111, gives a ratio to flow capacity of 0.94 in the 2029 with development and a baseline ratio to flow capacity of 1.02 in the 2029 without development scenario. So what we can see there is that the capacity of that junction improves with development and mitigation as compared to the position in 2029 without the development and without the mitigation. You see that?
I do.
And again, in terms of capacity, the local planning authority now, and bearing in mind it's had this looked at by its own professional consultant, Mr. Flexman, but the local planning authority now then does not take any issue that the impacts on that junction can be mitigated appropriately.
That's what we've. That's what's here. Yes.
Right. Good. So the only outstanding issue in respect of that junction doesn't relate to capacity, it relates to your highway safety point.
It does.
Good. Now, in terms of your highway safety point, we can see, firstly, if we turn up, you're going to need now the statements of common ground with the Highway Authority, please.
This is the 19th of January one, is it? The bigger one of the two.
No, this is the Highways Authority one, which is November 2021. Sorry, there are three. There are two with the LPA and one with the HA.
Yeah. I've got it. Yeah.
Thank you.
So with Highway Authority, November. Yeah, got it. Thank you.
Very much. And it's page 6, please.
Thank you.
And at page 6, we can see at page 6 at 4.8 agreement with the Highways Authority that the proposed highway improvements at the Rectory Road Ashington Road Junction, as shown in the drawing referenced there, ending 15A, are safe, suitable, deliverable and mitigate the development impacts. Now, you've agreed the point with me in terms of mitigating development impacts. You don't take any issue with deliverability. Your issue is in respect of safe and suitable, as I understand it.
It is.
Right. But we can see that the recorded position of the Highway Authority, the statutory consultee, is that those works would be safe and suitable. That's their position.
That's what it says.
Yeah. So again, in order to depart from that, taking into account the points we have raised previously, there would need to be clear and compelling evidenced reasons for doing so, wouldn't there?
Yes.
Thank you. In terms of the mitigation scheme, I have put a tab in it, but I'll ask you the question. You can check it if you want, maybe in the break. But there's been a independent road safety audit, you understand, undertaken in the TA.
Yes.
And we can turn it up if you want, very happy to, or you can have a look at it in the break. But there have been no issues raised in respect of the improvements for Rectory Road through the road safety audit, the independent road safety audit, have there?
No. May I be allowed to follow up on that? I did, in the course of my trying to figure out the situation here, get in touch with the head of Essex Highways and ask him what improvements had previously been done to this junction. He wrote to me and told me that he had referred this to his team. His team came back and rather concerningly told me that there are no improvements that he could find. Well, it didn't take me too much to find the improvements that I put in my further proof rebuttal.
Okay. Well, we're going to look at those, don't worry, because, we're going to look at what reasons you've got and whether they're clear and compelling to depart from the view of the Highway Authority that this scheme, judged on its merits, is safe, suitable. But there has been an independent road safety audit undertaken, hasn't there, that indicates that those proposed improvements are safe and suitable.
Yes.
Yeah.
But my concern is that if they haven't been afforded the history, that the history has not been taken into consideration, and that is a serious oversight. Yeah, I can't prove that that's the case, but the information that I've actually been given would seem that that is the case.
Well, let's have a look at what that is, because if you turn up your rebuttal proof, just put that aside. And if you turn up, you've included a report to the County Council from Ringway Jacobs.
Yes, got it.
And I'd like you to turn up page 2, and at the same time, attached to the Highways Statement of Common Ground is a plan, a drawing, which shows what the junction improvements are, and it's the one ending 015A that was referred to in the paragraph that we discussed a moment ago.
Okay, give me a moment while we find the paperwork. Thank you.
In November 2021.
Yeah. So, yes, it is. Yes, it's the Rectory Road improvements. It's drawing 185180-015A. Yeah, you have both of those.
I have got those.
Good.
Yes.
And so what we can see on this drawing is what the improvements will be. And first point is that the lane widening is going to be a formalised arrangement. And as I understand your proof of evidence, when you say that it was previously used as 2 lanes, that wasn't a formal arrangement. That was effectively, it was drawn on the ground as 1 lane, but people used it as 2.
Yeah. Yes, the difficulty that we have with that is historically there are residents around there who have been there for many, many years. Before the painted island was put in, do recall it as being a 2-lane entrance. And that has been one of the problems that we've had in getting information out of Essex Highways.
But my point is one has to look at what's proposed now and assess whether that's safe. You understand that, Councillor?
I do.
Right. So what is proposed here is a formalised 2-lane approach. And if we look at the Ringway Jacobs report that you have referred to, and also the photographs that you've produced, which don't show any formalised 2-lane entry at the point that this report was undertaken, yeah? what it says here is that the concern that they had then was that motorists were joining the roundabout from Rectory Road and undercutting the roundabout island. Do you see that? That's what it says. And then it says, this is likely due to the position of the roundabout island. So the position of the roundabout island combined with a thermoplastic splitter island that can be overrun. Yeah?
Yes.
So those were the issues identified, and it was a combination of those two factors that led to that particular geometry that existed at that particular time being in need of remediation. Yeah?
Yes.
But if we look at what's being proposed here, you can see on the drawing that's been produced, what's happening here is, firstly, that the roundabout's been widened to allow for two-lane entry, which we've discussed, and road markings are being adjusted. But we can also see in particular that the road marking, and this is just to the right of, it's the annotation to the right of Ashington Road that I'm looking at. It says road marking adjusted, domed central road marking reduced to 2 metres diameter and moved south to centralised. Yeah?
Yes.
So the roundabout is changing in terms of its size and location. You see that?
The spot in the middle.
Yeah. And so that is going to change. That is going to change the behaviour of the drivers on approach to that roundabout as compared to the position that the Highways Authority were looking at in the report that you've produced. You understand that?
I do.
Right. And the Highways Authority have looked at this, the mitigation scheme that is proposed, that has also been the subject of an independent road safety audit, and they have concluded that this geometry that is proposed, that is different to what existed before, is safe and suitable, haven't they?
They have. However,
and you have no technical or clear or compelling reason or evidence, do you, to demonstrate that the proposed mitigation scheme on its own merit is anything other than safe and suitable?
I would disagree with that, and the reason being why is because if you look, without the benefit of the history here, which doesn't seem to have been taken into account, what you're actually putting in on the proposal is exactly what was there before. Now, you look at the approach on the pavement edge, that's not being moved. You're introducing a two-lane there, which effectively was exactly what was there before. The fact that the spot of the middle of the roundabout has been moved is not going to make any difference. What we actually do have on the report that was given to the highways in 2018-19 is an issue where people were actually going on the right turn from Rectory Road into the roundabout early. Now, that's not going to change.
Right. Well, let's just break that down. The point that's identified specifically by the Highway Authority in the Ringway Jacobs report, one of the points that was identified, because it was a combination of points, was that it was the position of the roundabout island that was causing people to undercut. Yeah? That position is being changed in respect of this new proposal, isn't it? Isn't it?
Yes, it is, but let me just point out one thing there, if I may. One of the things that is actually reported in the Ringway Jacobs issue is that there were no sightline problems. The actual position of the cars going across that roundabout will end up being exactly the same. Whether you've got the road markings just moved over a little bit, okay, I'm not an expert, but I have to be honest, as a driver, I feel that that's going to make absolutely no difference whatsoever.
Right.
I take the point that you say that you have experts who've done this, but might have serious concerns which is the reason being why I pointed this out in my rebuttal, that this is actually returning to the position that the approaches were before the improvements that were previously put in place were done, and that I don't see how that this proposal here actually improves the safety. I'm sorry, I just don't see it.
Well, first point, we're not required to improve safety, are we? We just need to demonstrate it is safe, you understand?
Okay, let
yeah?
yes.
Second point, just look at the drawing, yeah?
Yes.
The issue previously was that if you were a driver and you were approaching along Rectory Road, because visibility to the right is good, and because of the position of the roundabout, what drivers were doing is they're looking right, they can see it's clear, and they undercut the roundabout. Yeah?
Yes.
You understand that was the issue that's being identified?
Yes.
Right. Look at the drawing that we've got in front of us now. Yeah?
Yes.
What's happening is the roundabout is moving. If you're approaching as a driver, it's easier to turn around it because of the position of the roundabout, and that means that drivers are not as likely to make that manoeuvre. So it's a different kettle of fish in respect of its geometric layout. You understand the point?
I do understand what you're saying there, and I do understand the report that they've put here, but I cannot see how this is not going to return this to the dangers that were there beforehand, which resulted in the accidents that are documented.
Well, let's break it down.
Can I do hesitate, obviously you're full flow, but we need a break at some stage because we don't want the witness to be on the witness stand too long in one continuous bit. So
I'll finish this point, sir, and then we'll break.
Please do, yeah.
So let's break this down. You understand the point. So the first point is, what is whether you agree with it or not is the second point. But the first point is that what is proposed in respect of the alignment of this scheme is different to the alignment that existed previously that the Highways Authority took steps to resolve, as a matter of fact, on the ground. Yeah?
Yes.
Right, thank you. Second point, so not the same but different. Second point is that this alignment has been assessed by the Highways Authority. It has been assessed through an independent road safety audit. It has been assessed by the appellant, but also Mr. Flexman, the local planning authority's own professional witness, raised no issues in respect of its safety. In fact, he says in his statement of common ground, all issues are now resolved with the appellant. You have no specific evidence or clear and compelling evidence or reasons, do you, to positively demonstrate that this proposal is unsafe?
I have a compelling reason to believe that it is unsafe. One of the reasons being why is because I'm not sure that the people who have actually done the survey on this and done the safety survey have actually had access to the previous issues in respect of the fact that I actually asked for what historically had been done there, and I was told there was nothing.
Got the fact you've got concerns, Councillor Rees. I'm going to ask it once more, and if you don't give me a direct answer this time, I'm going to draw a line under it, and I'm going to make submissions about that in my closings. You have no clear and compelling evidence, do you, to depart from the considered professional consensus of the experts at the Highways Authority, the independent road safety audit, the appellants and the local planning authority's own Mr. Flexman. You have no clear and compelling or indeed any evidence to demonstrate that that is unsafe, do you? Evidence.
I believe that this, what I've actually brought here, I believe gives evidence to the fact on the layout that you've got here, you're duplicating what was there before.
No, we've agreed you're not.
And
though,
therefore the evidence is such that this proposal is going to return the dangers that were there previously.
I have your answer in terms of that, and I'll pick it up with Mr. Blair. Right, I think, just bear with me a second. That's the final point on that junction. So if you want to have a break.
Okay, so if we'll have a break now. It's 20 to 12. I'll break until 12, give people a decent break there. But can I just, before we do, you said you flagged up where the road safety audit was. I was waiting for an appropriate moment to take a reference for that, please.
It's in the TA, which is at core document 1.14. Appendix G. Appendix G.
Appendix G.
And so just in terms of it, just seeing if it's, that the Rectory Road, Ashington Road reference is at page 15 of and it's the stage 1 RSA. It's of the 6th of June 2019. It's page 15.
Okay, I'll look for that. On that note, though, I'll adjourn now. We'll resume at 12 o'clock. Thank you.
Just before we leave, would you mind just reminding Councillor Eaves, because I know he's not a professional witness, that he mustn't...
Yes. As you're still mid-cross-examination, you can't consult with any of your colleagues during this break. You're in purdah, as it were. So.
Or the Rule 6 party or residents.
Yeah, you're quite... You can have a break and get a drink, whatever.
I can wander around, but I can't talk. Yeah,
yes.
I get it.
Yeah.
Is it this one? Same. What, with Councillor Eaves? It's not, we're not going to get done before lunch, so...
Not quite, no. Row 6.
Yes. Is it still not... Is it still... Yeah, I can try it. Yeah. Good. I'll do how I go.
That's what it's like. That is what it's like. And I'd say add another
Are we going to mark out the things again?
yeah.
Yeah.
It's not the whole book. Just that page.
Yeah.
It's not here.
Not really, not when there's no one else around, because they won't know it's not that kind of questions. Sorry, there's a lady from the council there, so yes, yeah. Yeah,
so he doesn't quite get it. It's not lunchtime, so you can't get a drink.
She said not till, she went four cappuccinos for two. Yeah, I went down there and I said, okay, you're members of the public. Councillors can go in a bit, and so because members of the public, they're not able to until lunchtime, 1 o'clock, whatever.
What else we can do is go and get one.
Shall we go and do that?
I'll disappear in that shall I?
I'll see you. Oh, I'm going to be next. She should be able to get one. I went down there because it's in the bar. Oh, right. He's gone down there to break it up, he said, to be the council.
You need to go and get her. Simon, are you coming back to Simon? What was Glory meeting you and yours or what?
I don't know yet.
See you later.
Yeah, bye. Bye. Yeah, I went before questions, he said, "Where am I going to go?" I went to the bar.
Apologies, sir. We weren't given access to refreshments until 5 minutes ago.
Well, the inquiry is resumed then, ladies and gentlemen. So, Ms. Reid, would you like to continue? Have you got an idea of the length of time remaining, just so I keep tabs on that, please?
About an hour, sir.
Okay. Well,
I'll see how I go. I'm sorry, it's just taking a little bit longer.
Well, it'll be what it'll be. So we'll keep tabs on it.
Thank you.
Obviously, we'll look for around about 1 o'clock, and if you've finished, all well and good. If not, then we'll move on. Okay. Sorry, Mr. Parker.
Sorry, just the only thing to say in terms of timing the lunch break is there will be some setup time involved with Councillor Shaw getting all the documents ready. So if it's a question of finishing at 1 on the dot, or say 1:15, and then we can have the lunch break to set up Councillor Shaw, then 1:15 might be better for that reason, rather than having a break immediately after Councillor Eaves is finished, if you see what I mean.
Well, we'll have to see, because obviously if the cross-examination is still going, I may have some questions, and of course there'll be...
I meant finish everything.
Re-examination, yes, well...
Yeah.
Yeah. I understand what you're saying, that you need some time for Councillor Shaw to set up what she needs, so we'll take that into account when we have the lunch and adjournment at whatever stage that is. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
If it helps on that point as well, there won't be as many documents for Councillor Shaw from my point of view as there are for Councillor Eaves. Right, Councillor Eaves, so we've dealt with your road safety point. We've also dealt with Junction 1, which is the site access. And we have dealt with the Amberlin roundabout and the Rectory Road junction. And in respect of all of those in capacity terms, you agreed with me that the mitigation schemes proposed would adequately mitigate impacts. The next junction that we're going to look at is Junction 3. Junction 3. So you'll recall that Junction 3 is the Ashington Road, Roch Avenue, Dallas Road junction. Yeah?
Yes.
And that's the one where we originally had evidence from Mr. Flexman in respect of this two-lane approach issue. Yeah?
Yes.
And in respect of that one, we have now a statement of common ground between Mr. Flexman and, on behalf of the local planning authority, and Mr. Blair, which is the one dated 24th of January 2022. And what's agreed there at point B, it's the first point B, because as my learned friend indicated, it seems to say A, B, C, B, D, but it's the B in the correct place. What this statement of common ground says is that the mitigation scheme detailed in Mr. Blair's rebuttal evidence, volume 5, appendix C, so this was the one that he produced to deal with the points that were raised by Mr. Flexman, is deliverable and resolves the issues that Mr. Flexman has identified in his proof of evidence and rebuttal, and mitigates the impacts on the transport network in respect of capacity and congestion to an acceptable degree. And the evidence which is appended to Mr. Blair's rebuttal shows the ratio to flow capacity, I think, reducing from 1.10 in the without development scenario to 0.98 in the with development with mitigation scenario. So again, that's actually showing that the junction will perform better with development and with mitigation than it would do without mitigation. And you've produced no evidence, technical or otherwise, to dispute those conclusions, have you?
No.
So we can agree then that the impacts in respect of Junction 3 will also be mitigated to an acceptable degree, and the local authority accepts that.
That is what the paperwork says, yes.
So where that leaves us is that the only junction that where the local planning authority maintains that there would be an unacceptable impact in capacity terms is Junction 4.
Yes.
Good. Now, what we also know is that in terms of your judgment that the impact there would be severe, in examination in chief, you were taken to the modelling results that had been produced by the appellant, and you relied upon those to say that there would be a severe impact. So it's those results that you rely on rather than anything else, essentially, isn't it?
Yes.
Good. And so first point, really, and it's just a point of clarification. So if you just turn up Mr. Blair's, bear with me a second. Yeah. Mr. Blair's appendices. And it's Appendix 14. And it's the table at page 45. Sorry, it's volume 2. Yeah, have that. And you confirmed in answer to my questions a little bit earlier this morning that it's the AM peak that you're concerned with, that you give evidence about, didn't you, in respect of this junction?
That's what I have experience of.
Yeah, so the thing is, Councillor Reeves, is that you are the person who is giving evidence on behalf of the local planning authority. Your evidence in your proof of evidence, together with your examination in chief, comprises the evidence that you give on behalf of the local planning authority. You've only drawn attention to the AM peak. So the only evidence that the local planning authority is producing in respect of a severe impact relates to the AM peak, doesn't it?
My experience regularly, in answer to your question and in deference to the Inspector, the answer is yes, but I would like to clarify that. In that my experience, because I run my business out of Ashington and I regularly go along the road there, I use the road at irregular times. So my experience has been that there have been multiple times throughout the day where I have experienced tailbacks.
Right, but that's not the question, though, Councillor Reeves, with respect, because you'll recall, and I'm sorry, but we'll go back. We looked at paragraph 111 of the framework. The test is whether the residual cumulative impacts on the road network are severe. And what you need to do is not just look at what the position is now in respect of the number of vehicles on the road, but also look at what the position will be post-development. In your proof of evidence, which you confirmed to me, set out the entirety of the local planning authority's case and in examination in chief when you went to page 45, the only evidence that you gave on behalf of the local planning authority in respect of a severe impact that you identified, looking at all of the evidence that's before you as well as your personal experience, related to the AM peak, didn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So because you're giving evidence on behalf of the local planning authority, what that means is that the local planning authority is only producing evidence that there is a severe impact in respect of the AM peak, isn't it?
Yes, but that needs to be qualified in that I have brought my personal experience there of that particular time of day, but there are multiple times throughout the day when that does actually get severely congested.
Yeah, which, as we've agreed, is not the point and not what we're looking at, because we're looking at the position.
Well, it is.
No, hang on. We're looking at the position post-development. So when you, on behalf of the local planning authority, are looking at the impact of the scheme, you will have looked at the model with which you have confirmed you agree the inputs and the outputs. And the only evidence that you have produced in examination in chief and your evidence relates to the AM peak. So it follows, doesn't it, that the only evidence that the local planning authority is relying on in respect of the impact at the Ashington Road, Hall Road, West Street junction, post-development, relates to the AM peak.
Yes, but you seem to be hinting that that is irrelevant, that the rest of the day is irrelevant.
No, Councillor Eaves. You are appearing on behalf of the local planning authority, which means it is for you, the local planning authority, to articulate clearly what your objection to the scheme is and to produce evidence to substantiate it. The only evidence that you have produced, when you were in your examination in chief, when you went to this table and looked at the modelling results, post-development, related to the AM peak.
So sorry to interrupt, but Ms Reid said on a number of occasions that the only evidence in Councillor Eaves' proof relates to the AM peak, and I think it would be helpful to go to the particular paragraph that's been relied on to say that it's only the AM peak in Councillor Eaves' proof.
No, sorry, the point in terms of his proof is that what he doesn't do in his proof of evidence is rely on anything specific, does he? And then in his examination in chief, you took him to, and he gave evidence specifically relating to the AM peak.
But that doesn't...
And the table at page 45. And my point to Councillor Eaves is this. You have not produced any specific evidence, have you, relating to any impacts other than in the AM peak to justify the local planning authority's conclusion that the residual cumulative impacts on the road network would be severe.
Can I just say, because obviously you're to-ing and fro-ing, that to my mind is a fair reflection of how things have gone. In Councillor Eaves' evidence, as it stands, the written evidence, there is no specifics. There are no specifics. In evidence in chief, you did take Councillor Eaves to this particular table, and the concentration was on the AM peak. There was no attempt to move to any other areas. So, rightly or wrongly, I think Ms Reid, the position as she's summarising it does represent the position that I'm taking notes of here, and obviously the council's case is as presented by this witness, presented by his evidence, and that evidence includes both the written evidence and matters explored in chief.
I mean, if it would help just to give my perspective on it, I'm very happy if you say it won't, but my perspective on it is that Councillor Eaves in his proof talks about a number of junctions operating above practical capacity in the assessment year. Now, that's not limited to either peak, and in the PM peak at Junction 4, it is above capacity. In opening, I referred to both AM and PM, and then when I asked Councillor Eaves in his evidence in chief, yes, we did focus on the AM, but there's a time estimate that we stick to. I hadn't thought that by not asking on the PM, that was somehow restricting what he'd said in paragraph 4.5 of his proof, which relates to both.
No.
Let me check his 4.5 while we're debating that. Try and find the right.
Well, I mean, he's talking about the TA there.
He's talking about the TA.
And he says an increase in, so a number of junctions operating above practical capacity in the assessment year with and without the proposed development, and an increase in congestion with. This mirrors the current experience and concerns of local residents. That is not saying that he is relying on that in respect of the point about there being a residual severe impact, cumulative impact on the highway network. In examination in chief, and I've got the references, you very carefully took him through The parts of page 45, which incidentally are not referred to in his proof and which I didn't object to.
It wouldn't be referred to in his proof because they came in after the proof.
So can I finish, please?
Yeah.
And which are not, and which none of the modelling results actually are referred to by him in his proof of evidence. And notwithstanding I didn't object because I thought, well, I'll let him expand his evidence appropriately. And he was taken in terms of where you identified a residual severe cumulative impact to the AM peak. And just to be absolutely clear, a moment ago in terms of in answering my questions, he confirmed that he was focusing his evidence on the AM peak. And my follow-up question was that, therefore, given that his evidence relates to the AM peak only, which he confirmed, he did not produce any specific evidence in respect of any other period in his proof of evidence, or indeed in his examination in chief, that he relied on to demonstrate that there was a residual cumulative impact on the highway network.
If I could just very quickly come back on two of those points. Firstly, I've got to note Councillor Eaves. I think there's some confusion here because Councillor Eaves is talking about his personal experience. So, his personal, what he sees. There's a difference between that and...
He has referred to that several times, and I've noted that. Yeah. But obviously, the key point that Councillor Eaves should be doing is putting forward the local authorities' position. And I think that that's the distinction that Ms Reid is making.
Absolutely, but my point is, I think Councillor Eaves' answers are he doesn't have personal experience on the road in the PM peak. I think it needs to be very clear that there's a difference between that and him saying the impact on the PM peak is acceptable from the modelling outputs that he's seen. And just on that...
But hang on, sorry.
I will stop from interrupting you. On that, there was a criticism that Councillor Eaves hadn't referred to page 45 in his proof. And of course, page 45 came out in Mr Blair's proof because it's the result of the tweaks and the revisions that Mr Blair made in his proof of evidence. So Councillor Eaves could not have commented on what's on page 45 because it came out simultaneously with Councillor Eaves' proof.
Well, did not? Yes. The proofs came out simultaneously. Yeah. Agreed. It could have been referred to had Councillor Eaves have wished to in a subsequent rebuttal proof.
So I mean,
there is option there. No. I think that the point is what I'm keen to make sure is that I understand fully the council's case, and I can only do that on the basis of the evidence that the council's putting forward, and in terms of its factual information, there's not a lot in the proof itself, and obviously in terms of figures, the only figures that have been referred to when you took Mr. Councillor Eaves in chief did, rightly or wrongly, focus on the AM peak. So, I mean, we are where we are because of sound reasons, as it were.
Yeah. All I'd say is that may well be my fault, but you recall in opening, a reference was made to the position being as bad in the PM peak. Now...
No, that's not evidence, though, Mr.
It's not evidence.
No, hang on. That's not
both of you. I've said a moment ago. It's down to the evidence, and the only evidence that I've been directed to in the context of this witness giving evidence is the AM peak in table on page 45. Yeah. So everything I think that Ms Reid has done has been correct there, and I don't really see how you can easily introduce specific figures for the PM peak now.
Not introducing it because the figures are the figures. It's just the point that when it's been put to Councillor Eaves, that in his original proof he only raised the concern with the AM peak. Actually, Councillor Eaves' original proof doesn't only refer to the AM.
No, okay, I take that
now,
point.
I take the point that in evidence in chief, yes, he's going to go through the PM peak, but I think when we're asking Councillor Eaves, based on the modelling outputs, are you okay with the PM peak? I think it's very important that it's put on the basis, not put on the basis that he has always only been concerned about the AM peak, because that's actually not the case looking at his proof.
Right.
I accept that point, that going by Councillor Eaves' proof, he expresses, albeit in general terms, concern about existing levels of congestion. He doesn't limit that to the AM peak. I fully accept that.
So that was all my point, was that if it's going to be put to Councillor Eaves that he's always only be concerned about the AM peak, we should look at paragraph 4.5, and whether that's actually the case or not. And before he answers the question, I think he needs to see that, because it's been put on the basis he's always been concerned about the AM peak.
Could I also
Sorry. Can I just come back on that, sir? Because firstly, there was a point taken about, well, I have experience at other times of day. My question actually was then, well, we're looking at the modelled results, and what I'm interested in terms of your judgment as to whether the residual cumulative impacts are severe, is what you say about the modelled results. My next point was that the evidence that he gave, the specific evidence that he gave in respect of impacts, was related to the AM peak only, and he agreed with me a moment ago in cross-examination. Now, whether my learned friend likes it or not, and irrespective of the other points, is not really relevant, because he agreed with me the only specific evidence that he was producing in respect of an unacceptable impact related to the AM peak, and I have written that answer down. The next point then was, I suppose it was the same point really, which was that it follows that you have not looked at this information, and you do not take a specific point in respect of the impacts other than in the AM peak leading to an unacceptable impact on the highway network, do you?
No. Can I also point out, I've been trying to remind the parties that I did point out in my first examination that Councillor Shaw would be able to testify to other times during the day. I did actually say that during my original examination.
Well, actually, Councillor Eaves, what you said is between 8 and 9 a.m. And secondly, you also confirmed that you are presenting the evidence on behalf of the local planning authority in respect of congestion issues. Now, again, to be clear then, the specific evidence that you produce in respect of a severe residual cumulative impact on the road network relates to the AM peak only. You've agreed with that. And that you are producing no evidence on behalf of the local planning authority to demonstrate that the impact in the PM peak is unacceptable. That's fair, isn't it, and correct? If not, I'll take you.
I think you're trying to entrap me, I'll be honest. And it's something that I have been very clear that I have actually said all the way through, that I believe that there are problems with all the junctions all the way through. Right. I mean, you can shake your head as much as you like, but I mean, I have been very clear about that.
Right. We've been through the other junctions. You've given me your answer that the impacts at those junctions can be mitigated. You agreed with me a moment ago that the only specific evidence that you were relying, because, you know, there might be an impact, but then it's a question of judgment about whether it's severe or not. You agreed with me a moment ago that the only specific evidence that you were relying on in respect of an unacceptable impact related to the AM peak, you do not produce any specific evidence, do you, or any evidence indeed, in respect of any other period to justify the local planning authority's conclusion that there will be a severe residual impact on the road network?
This was what I was...
No, could you answer the question?
Okay, I'll give a specific answer and then I will clarify, so as the notes are correct. If you are looking at it from the point of view of putting words into my mouth, then yes, you are right. But what I have been clear about all the way along is that there have been various times during the day, because of the nature of my business, that I go down that road and I have experienced at various times of the day congestion in that road there, which has caused me delay to get to my destination.
Right.
Specifically along Ashington Road.
Noted.
Thank you.
But thank you for the confirmation on the point that I was asking you about. The other just point of clarification was in examination in chief, you raised a number of issues in respect of the impacts of the development, which is what we're concerned about, in terms of the AM peak. And we looked at the aerial photograph that you had produced, if you remember.
Yes, I do
actually, sorry, not the aerial photograph, it was the plan, wasn't it, which was in the TA, which showed the surrounding highway network. And one of the issues that you had was in respect of Hall Lane and the queuing traffic along Hall Lane.
Hall Road.
Sorry, Hall Road. I'm sorry, my note. Yeah?
Yes.
Remember? And just to be clear on that, if you look at page 45, which are the worst case impacts for the AM peak, we can see that post-development, well actually pre-development on Hall Road in the AM peak, the maximum RFC goes from 0.82, that's the baseline, top blue line, yep, for Hall Road, to 0.84, and the queue increases from 26 to 29. The delay increases from 26 to 29. So a 3-second delay, and the queue increases there from 4 to 5 PCUs. So I appreciate you've got an issue in respect of the Ashington Road arm of Junction 4, but the modelling results demonstrate, don't they, that there will not be a residual, there will not be a severe impact in respect of Hall Road.
The modelling shows that, but the reality is different.
Right. But you understand, because we started with this at the beginning, that if you are going to be taking a different view to the Highways Authority, the statutory consultee that has considered these matters, you need clear and compelling reasons to do so. You have accepted the inputs into the model, and you don't challenge the outputs. The modelling demonstrates, doesn't it, that post-development on Hall Road, the impact will be acceptable.
Again, the answer to that, because you're putting effectively words into my mouth, has to be yes, but I would contend on that the models don't actually reflect the reality. And this is the problem that we have had all the way through. The weight of public opinion should actually show that to you. What we're actually experiencing is very different to what the models are actually telling us. Very different.
And to be clear, again, in examination in chief, the impact that you relied on to demonstrate that there would be a severe impact related to the Ashington Road arm of that junction, in terms of the modelled results, related to the Ashington Road arm only, didn't it?
That was what we were looking at.
And so you do not produce any specific evidence, because I know you'll have looked through these modelling results very carefully, given that you're representing the local planning authority. You do not present any evidence, do you, to demonstrate that there would be unacceptable impacts in respect of any other arm of Junction 4 other than Ashington Road in the AM peak?
No, but that doesn't mean to dismiss the Ashington Road.
No, I'm going to look at Ashington Road with you in a moment, don't worry, but I'm just understanding. So no specific evidence on behalf of the local planning authority to demonstrate an unacceptable impact on any arm of Junction 4 other than Ashington Road in the AM peak on the basis of the modelling. That's where we're at, isn't it, Councillor Eaves?
I can't comment on that with regards to the figures there without actually consulting with our council on that. But in what I've actually seen and concentrated on, I have concentrated on the Ashington arm, yes.
It's not about consulting with Mr. Parkinson, so Mr. Parkinson can give you advice about what might have been a good argument. It's about your evidence for the purposes of this inquiry, which, where we are at now, given that you rely on no specific evidence, do you? And I want a clear answer to this on behalf of the local planning authority, to demonstrate that there will be an unacceptable impact on any arm of Junction 4 other than Ashington Road on the basis of the modelling that you have seen and considered. That's right, isn't it, Councillor Eaves?
Then in that case, the answer is no, because if you look at the max RFCs for West Street, they again are increased beyond capacity.
Right, but on West Street, the RFC increases from 1 to 1.03, doesn't it? Yes. And what we are looking at is whether or not there is a severe impact. You are not seriously suggesting, are you, and if so, on what basis do you depart from the local, the highway authority's view, that impact, based on the modelled results, is severe? That's not your evidence, is it?
If we are looking at one as being free-flowing, that is free-flowing at the moment, yes?
There is an increase in the queue.
I'm not talking about the increase, I'm talking about the actual figure.
16 to 20 PCUs.
I'm not talking about
vehicles.
I'm not talking about the increase, I'm talking about the actual figure. We're talking at West Street is looking at a RFC of 1, yes?
Right.
Okay, now we're looking to go to 1.03. Now, whether it's 1.03 or 1.01, it's still an increase over capacity.
Right.
So it is going to cause a severe issue.
Right. But if you look, you've got to look at what that means. The maximum PCU queue goes from 16 to 20 cars. So you're not seriously suggesting, are you, that an increase of 4 vehicles at that arm of the junction, and let's take your point on Ashington Road, and we're going to explore that in a moment, and that was the evidence you gave in chief. But it's not seriously your evidence that an increase in 4 vehicles is a severe impact on that arm of the junction, is it?
The problem that you have there is that if you only have to have one more that's actually going to impact on the other arm. And that is the issue that I have, that it's the cumulative effect of all of them. And that is what was actually brought out in my first evidence. It's the cumulative effect that is the issue.
Right.
So it is not a singular effect, it's the cumulative effect of that of all those approaches to that roundabout. That's reflected in the figures. You're talking about an average delay going from 77 to 213.
The average, so the...
Average SEC
sorry, you're looking
PCU.
at West Street at the moment.
Sorry?
Yeah. But you're talking about West Street, which is 44 seconds to 57 seconds.
Yeah, but what you're missing the point is that all 3 junctions have an effect which give us a cumulative effect. You can't look
Sorry,
at
what do you mean by all 3 junctions here?
We're looking at an average delay. We've got the point is on the baseline, we've got an average delay to 2029. A validated model of the average delay is 77. You go down to the bottom line, average delay with the development goes to 213.
Yes, but you've just said all 3 junctions. Do you mean all 3 arms
all
of this
3
junction?
arms of the junction.
Right, okay, thank you.
Right.
Yes.
Well, in terms of the impact on drivers on each of those arms, we've dealt with Hall Road already. You agreed with me a moment ago, not an issue there. We've therefore got Ashington Road and West Street on your evidence now, where you say there is going to be an issue. So I'm going to look at those with you in more detail. Now, in respect of Ashington Road, one of the points that you put in examination in chief in terms of your concern was a concern that there would effectively be traffic blocking back to Rectory Road. Do you recall giving that evidence?
Yeah, I should qualify that. Yes, I will qualify that though, because what it actually has the effect of doing, and I have experienced this, is that there will be a queue, but it slows down the whole road. That's what I was actually referring to when it goes back to the Rectory Road. You've got a queue that is detailed here of was it 20 going from going to 118. Now 118 cars bumper to bumper along there will actually go onto the Dailies Road roundabout.
Right.
So we will have a queue on the Dailies Road roundabout.
Right, well, that's what I want to examine with you, because just bear with me a second. Just bear with me a second. So the point that you were raising yesterday was a point about blocking back to Rectory Road. So I just want to understand that. As I understand it, it's about, I think, 1.4 kilometres back to Rectory Road.
I've just clarified that. You are looking at 118 cars here in a queue.
Yeah.
But what it will do is slow the traffic up right back to Rectory Road.
Okay. So you're not suggesting, because what Mr. Flexman says in his proof of evidence is that you effectively allow 5.7 something, so I'll allow you 6 metres per passenger car unit. If you had a queue, if you had 118 vehicles max, that would give you around 708 metres, which means that cars would not be backing or blocking back to Rectory Road.
No, I just clarified that.
No, that's fine. So actually your point is not that there will be a blocking effect, but there will be a slowdown in respect of the traffic.
From Rectory Road, but on Dailies Road, on the junction there, it will be a blocking effect.
Okay. And your highways consultant, who the local planning authority instructed specifically to defend the appeal, has looked at all of these junctions, hasn't he?
Yes.
And his conclusion, his professional conclusion, is that there are no outstanding issues between him and between the appellant, and that the residual cumulative impacts on the highway network would not be severe.
I believe he has missed this particular aspect. So in that case, I disagree with him.
Well, did you not tell him about it, Councillor Eaves?
I'm not in direct conversation with him, am I?
Right, well, I don't know. But you and Mr. Flexman together were giving evidence about congestion on behalf of the local planning authority. The first point would be, is why on earth was this point not set out clearly in your proof of evidence or your rebuttal, if it's a good point?
Well, as Council has pointed out, this didn't come out till late in the proof.
What didn't come out until late?
This particular piece of evidence that was done by Mr. Blair.
Right, you had the modelling results, didn't you?
Sorry?
You had the modelling results, didn't you, in respect to the TA and the TAA, which actually, at that point, prior to the tweaks for geometry and trip rates and growth rates, showed a worse level, a heightened level of effect. So it would have been perfectly possible for you to put these points previously in a proof of evidence or in your rebuttal proof, and you didn't choose to do so, did you?
There was no evidence of this nature in the build-up that we saw.
Well, didn't you read the TA and the TAA?
This is not what was actually presented to us. This was presented to us late in the day.
You understand, Councillor Eaves, that as a member of the local planning authority, if you are producing clear and specific evidence and compelling evidence that justifies departure from the views of the Highways Authority, then you don't just read the summary sheet, you need to actually go through the evidence properly in the TA and the TAA to understand it. And there was evidence produced, wasn't there, in respect of the ratio to flow capacities and in respect of modelling.
I have not seen the modelling results other than these particular ones here before.
Well, if we look at the TAA, and I don't know how far, but we look at the TAA, there was specifically a table and a summary as a result of the capacity analysis, which showed at that point, with worse results, the base case in terms of the RFC and the queue, development and post-development.
Can you give me an indication of where that is, please?
Yeah.
I think the point you're making, Miss Reid, is that this is the TAA was information before the council when it made its decision.
Yes.
And therefore, the table that's being referred to was available to the council at that time. Is that, I'll say no more, but I just want to make sure my understanding is that.
Save for the fact that Councillor Eaves is right, that there were then amendments that were agreed with Mr Flexman relating to geometry, relating to trip rates and growth, which changed the results slightly, but they went down in this table. So if the point was going to be made, the basis of making that point was in the TA and the TAA that was before the Development Control Committee, and there is no evidence that sets it out or details it in your proof of evidence, or in fact in your rebuttal proof, when you had several weeks to consider that specific table.
Yeah, no, I again, all I want to be clear on is that Councillor Rees was saying that he hadn't seen the evidence until he saw, in effect, the appendices in Mr Blair's. And what I'm trying to be clear on, well, I am clear on it, but I'm just verbalising it, as it were. There was this junction analysis available to the council in the transport, in the TAA, showing actually a worse situation than this. I think that's the point, isn't it? So there was scope for the council to have highlighted that previously. So that's really where Miss Reid's been going on this particular set of questions, I think. I don't want to say any more because it's not up to me. I just wanted to make that clarification there so that you understood that the point that was being put to you when you said we didn't get the evidence until late in the day, the evidence had been available to the committee at the time that the decision was taken on this application. Okay.
Did you read the TA and the TAA before making your decision on the application, Councillor?
I read the report, which is a huge report, and I thought I had read everything in there, and I believe I had. So if I missed that particular point, it would have been something that would not have been pointed out to me by officers as being important, or by the highways people as being important, and I would suggest that highways should have actually pointed out to us in that case, on the information that is there, that they could see a problem with backing up traffic from the Hall Road junction to the Daly's Road junction. And I would question as to why that wasn't actually highlighted in the Essex Highways report.
Well, the Highways Authority have considered the impact and the interaction between the junctions, and their response is that the residual cumulative impacts will not be severe. And Mr Flexman, who is a professional consultant appointed by the council to provide evidence in respect of the appeal on behalf of the local planning authority, has considered the TA, the TAA, and also Mr Blair's proof of evidence, because he provided a rebuttal on it, a technical rebuttal, and he doesn't identify this as an issue either. And his response is that there are no outstanding issue between the witnesses and that the residual cumulative impacts on the highway network would not be severe. So these points have been considered by all the professionals, Councillor Eaves, and you do not produce any technical evidence, do you, to support your conclusion?
Well, the technical evidence is here. The problem that I see is that there was a responsibility to the Essex Highways to actually point out this issue. Are you suggesting that a queue that goes back over the Daly's Road roundabout from the Hall Road roundabout, from the congestion that we're actually talking about here, is not a problem. The thing is that what I'm saying here is that this is something that I think is extremely material to the judgment of our council on this, and it is something that I think is extremely important. If it has been missed by all of the specialists, all of the qualified people on it, I can't account for that. But what I can account for is seeing figures here now that tell me that there is going to be a problem where we are going to have traffic queuing back over another junction, which in the modelling has been modelled on free flowing, which it won't do.
Right, well, I will ask Mr. Blair about that, because it's a point that you have raised for the first time in cross-examination, because your point yesterday was about Rectory Road. Now, in respect of the Ashington Road arm, done that point. In respect of the Ashington Road arm of the junction, the impacts that you were referring to yesterday in examination in chief were these points about the increase in the delay as between the baseline in 2029 and then 2029 with development. So it's a 665 units, yeah? So it's effectively the first section of the blue and the last section of the blue, yeah? So it was the 451 second delay that you were focusing on in examination in chief.
Yes.
Okay. And you understand that this table at page 45 is a summary, isn't it, of the worst case results within the modelling?
Yes.
Yeah. And what we also have within the proof of evidence is we also have time segments in respect of each junction and in respect of each arm of the junction.
Yes.
Yeah. And if you turn up please, page 232, I think there's actually and Mr. Blair will confirm, but there's a typo at page 45 in terms of what the time is there. But I think that on page 232,
oh, hang on, come back this way. 232. Come on, 158.
yeah, that time period's correct.
Anything on there? Nope. Thank you.
So it's
Okay.
page 232. And what we can see, and it says the time segment at the top is 8 a.m. to 8:15, and I'm instructed that that's the correct time segment. And we can see that the worst case results that you're concerned about in terms of that delay occur within that time segment. You see that?
Yes.
That's the second column from the right, delay in seconds, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. And just to be clear, that is the worst case. Do you haven't drawn attention in your examination in chief to impacts that would occur in any other time segment within the peak hours to justify your conclusion in respect of impacts, did you, in examination in chief?
No, however, looking back on other times, I can see that there are other issues.
I'm sorry, you, again, in your proof of evidence, Councillor Eaves, did not carry out a full analysis, did you, of what was happening in different time segments, nor did you do so in examination in chief, did you?
No, we've been over that ground, I think.
So, on the basis of the evidence that you have given in respect of this time segment, what we can see here is that in that time segment, which is the one that you provide evidence about, 8 a.m. to 8:15, can you see on the left-hand side the column total demand PCU?
Yes.
Yeah? So what we can see there is that the total demand PCUs for Ashington Road is 240. Can you see that?
I can see that.
Good. And if we turn up, please, page 224, which 224 is the same time segment, but
yes.
It is, and the heading's at 221, but this is the base case, yeah?
Yes.
And what you can see there is that the total demand PCUs is 215?
Yes.
Right. So in order to take us back down to base case, so nil detriment, effectively, within that time segment, there would be a need to lose an additional 25 PCUs. You see that? It's the difference between 240 and 215.
Simple maths, yes.
Thank you. And good. And so in terms of those 25 PCUs, that's the figure, and we'll look at measures in a moment we're considering. But I just want to take another point with you. We know that the site is allocated, isn't it, for a minimum of 500 units.
Yes.
And in the planning statement of common ground, I don't know if that one's actually tabbed up for you. And it's paragraph 5.2.2, please.
Five point two.
5.2.2. Have you got that?
Yes.
And it says this. Therefore, because it's just set out what the allocation is in policy SER8 above, because the site is allocated for residential development in the council's adopted allocations plan, it is agreed that the principle of significant residential development at the site is acceptable. So that is the council's position as expressed in the planning statement of common ground, isn't it?
It is.
And because that paragraph is referring to the allocation at SER8 that talks about a requirement for a minimum of 500 units, it must follow that because the site is allocated for residential development and it's agreed the principle of significant residential development at the site is acceptable, what's being referred to there is the minimum of 500 units envisaged by policy SER8.
Yes, what you're referring to there is SER8, which was agreed many, many years ago before the lack of infrastructure improvements that were taken into consideration as being part of SER8 were not experienced.
Well, that's interesting background, Councillor Eaves, but the Statement of Common Ground clearly records the local planning authority's position in respect of the allocation and in respect of the site, which is that because the site is allocated for residential development in the council's adopted plan, it is agreed that the principle of significant residential development, so that's the 500 minimum units we've just agreed, is acceptable. That's the council's position, isn't it? That a minimum of 500 units on this site is acceptable, and that is what 5.2.2 of the Planning Statement of Common Ground is agreeing to.
That is what is written here. However, I would remind you that there has been significant discussion about SER 8 within the council, and the expectation when SER 8 was actually agreed was that there would be significant increases in capacity to the roads through improvements which have not come forward, and there are none planned.
Yeah, but the point is, though, Councillor Eaves, it's what difference that makes to the council's position. And the council's position has been set out clearly in the Statement of Common Ground. I take it that you are not trying to depart from a signed, agreed Statement of Common Ground, are you?
No.
No. So on that basis, and you are representing here the local planning authority's position, it is a matter of agreement between the local planning, well, it is a matter of agreement with the local planning authority that a minimum of 500 units are acceptable on the appeal site. Isn't it?
This is a historic thing that if you're looking at SER 8, yes, the answer is yes, but you can't give just a complete yes to this answer. This is something that has been conditional on the, take for instance, T2.
I'm sorry, I will...
Planning policy T2.
I'll go to...
All right, we have to actually look at that as part of this. All of this has to be applied within the council's planning policies, yes?
Yeah, Councillor
Right,
Reeves,
okay.
Sorry, so I don't want to get into a discussion with you where you're asking me questions, because unfortunately that's not how this works. The Statement of Common Ground that is signed, and a Statement of Common Ground that is signed on behalf of the local planning authority is clear. It is agreed that the principle of significant, we've agreed that means 500 minimum, residential development at the site is, note the use of the words is, acceptable. That is the local planning authority's position, isn't it? That the principle of a minimum of 500 units at the appeal site is acceptable.
That is what is written.
Thank you. So that is, we can sit, I mean, if you turn to the front page, that's what's written. The front page, 1.3.1, this final version of the Statement of Common Ground is jointly agreed, and then it's signed on behalf of the council. So that is what is written, and that is the council's position, isn't it, Councillor Eaves?
That is what is written.
And that is the council's position, isn't it?
That is what is written.
Can you answer my question, please?
It's what's written. I'm giving you an answer.
Councillor Eaves, you seem reluctant to give the answer. Be assured, I will note what you say, but the very fact that you're not saying what clearly appears to be an appropriate answer will also be noted.
Okay. Well, the answer is...
You're here representing the council as the witness on this point. Okay, I'll say no more.
Okay.
Yep.
I hate interrupting, but it would just be helpful to know whether that relates to the principle of residential development or whether it relates to it's accepted that the impact of 500 units on the highway network is acceptable.
Don't worry, I'm going to turn on to that point in a minute.
But I just wanted to be clear on that.
The question was clear. It is accepted in the Statement of Common Ground on behalf of the council that the principle of a minimum of 500 units at the site is acceptable. The council accepts that, doesn't it, Councillor Eaves?
Can I just see the signature of who signed that, please? I don't have a signature.
It's also a point, and we can turn to Councillor Shaw's evidence and also Mr Flexman's evidence, because they say it in their proofs as well. 1.3.1, signed on behalf of Rochford District Council.
I have no idea whose signature that is. And I would be very surprised if that was signed by a councillor.
Councillor, I don't want to go too far down this route here. We've reached 1 o'clock, so we're going to have a lunch and adjournment. We'll obviously have to resume later. But I find myself here at the moment in a somewhat difficult position, because what I'm being given is a variety of documents, and we're concentrating on statements of common ground. They are what they say. They are statements of common ground, and they are signed between the respective parties. I need to be able to take those as documents to work with. What I can't do is find that things that have been handed in and submitted in good faith are now somehow being questioned. That's not how the planning process works. So I find some of these interchanges a little bit difficult to keep up with here.
Okay, well, I find myself in a situation where I cannot say anything else other than yes then.
Thank you.
I mean, so if it helps, there's no question of us departing from statements of common ground, and it might be that over the lunch break, Councillor Eaves reads the whole thing, including at the end the matters where the parties disagree. Because I think it's just a question of whether the question was, do you accept that the principle...
No,
I'm sorry.
Well, let me
finish.
Carry on and
Miss
tell me where I'm going.
I'm not telling him where you're going.
Just let me hear what Mr.
Please just let me finish. Well, it's what I said earlier, that there's a difference between the principle of 500 being acceptable, in principle, and 500 being acceptable on the highway network. And I think where Councillor Reeves might be struggling is which one of those two has been put to him. Okay, so I'll just leave it there.
Yeah, leave that there. I hope we can move on. Miss Reid, what stage have we got to on this particular line of questioning, so I can see when you might be able to get to a convenient break? I don't want to obviously disrupt you until you've reached the end of a topic. But,
Right, I'll find a convenient place to break, sir. Just trying to work out where...
Hopefully in the next 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, next 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay.
Right, so 500 minimum units on the site, acceptable in principle. That's the local planning authority's position. If there are 500 units that are acceptable in principle on the appeal site, there is inevitably going to be a degree of traffic, isn't there, associated with those 500 units?
Yes, but you have to bear in mind that this was agreed 10 years ago.
No, I'm not going back on that, Councillor Eaves, because...
But it is important, it is relevant.
Hang on, can you please not interrupt me? We have just been through this, and you have agreed that the local planning authority's position here, now, use of the words is in the statement of common ground, is that 500 units on the appeal site is acceptable in principle. My follow-on point from that is that there will inevitably be a degree of traffic associated with building 500 new houses, won't there?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. And if the position is that 500 units is acceptable as a matter of principle, the traffic that is inevitable that will occur as a result of building those 500 units is also inevitable, isn't it?
It's inevitable, but that doesn't make it acceptable.
Well, if the principle of building 500 units is acceptable, the inevitable trip generation associated with building those units is clearly also acceptable, isn't it?
I don't accept that, no.
Don't accept that. Just so that we have the figures, because what we looked at a moment ago is that in terms of the overall figures, so the base case as compared to the 29 position with development on the Ashington Road arm was that you would need to effectively lose 25 PCUs to take you back down to the base case. You recall that, yeah?
That's what the model
just
shows.
so that we have the figure for the difference between 500 units and the 662. Actually, I think Mr. Blair assessed as 665, so he's given you an extra little bit there, but we'll take those figures. And if you look at page 240, please. We've got the total demand in terms of PCUs for 500 units is 234, yeah?
Yes.
And we know, because we looked at it before, that the total demand for the 662 units that's been assessed is 240. That's page 232. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the difference in terms of the time segment, the worst case time segment that you have relied on in terms of your evidence as between the position for 500 units and 662 units is 6 PCUs.
Right.
Yeah, you see that?
Yep.
And so in terms of, yeah, that's fine. And so what that means is that you would effectively only need to lose 6 PCUs in that time segment to take you back down to the position that you would be in if the site was developed for its minimum 500 unit allocation. You understand?
I understand that.
You? Good. Now, I think that's probably a convenient place for lunch, sir, and I'll explore the implications with Councillor Eaves in respect to those points after lunch.
Okay, let's just see. How much more do you think you've got? Because obviously we are taking longer than your time estimates. Are you still thinking a similar sort of time for Councillor Shaw to what you'd said in your estimates?
I hope so, sir, because I think it just depends how quickly we're able to get the answers that to questions that are put.
Yeah, it's just when we started today, I thought we'll get through the council's case today. As we're adjourning for lunch, I'm less confident of that, and obviously that will have. I mean, it will be what it will be. I need to allow it to take its course, and obviously chivvy people along as and when. But we'll obviously review progress. But basically, two things I wanted to know was one was how much more do you think you've still got to go with Councillor Eaves?
Well, I hope if I have straight answered the question, no more than 20 minutes.
Okay.
But that's dependent on a degree of cooperation from Councillor Eaves in terms of answers to those points.
Okay. Well, we're coming up to about 1:10. Let's. If we have 50 minutes for lunch, everyone content with a lunch adjournment till 2:00? Yes. Seems to be no disagreement. Okay, I'll adjourn then now. We'll resume at 2:00. Same applies, Councillor Eve. I'm afraid it's a solitary lunch for you. Well, the inquiry is resumed, ladies and gentlemen. Before we go any further, Miss Reid, I can give you that original set of appendices back. Thank you. The version that you circulated earlier, as you rightly said, is not tabbed, but as it's paginated throughout, I'm happy that if we need to refer to it, as long as someone gives me the page, I can still find it quite quickly. So.
Thank you, sir. I think we've probably more or less passed most of this cross-examination in the appendices anyway. So.
That's good. Okay, would you like to continue then, please?
Good afternoon, Councillor Eaves.
Good afternoon.
So, where we finished just before lunch was we had agreed that in the one segment of the AM peak that you base your judgments in respect of severity on, we would have to lose 25 PCUs effectively to take the position on Junction 4 back to base.
Yes.
Yeah. And 6 if you were considering the base to be 500 units.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, just want to be clear, because you, in the examination in chief, you made a number of points about peak spreading, trip diversion and sustainable transport, but you understand that the models that we've been looking at don't take into account any of that.
Okay.
Yeah? Did you
I'll
understand
take your
that?
understanding on that, yes.
Okay. And so really those figures that we've been looking at are the worst case, assuming that there will be no impact at all in respect of peak spreading, trip diversion and sustainable transport measures.
Okay.
Just want to understand how reasonable that is not to take those into account, because I just want to be clear, is it your position that peak spreading, trip diversion, peak spreading, trip diversion and sustainable transport measures will have no impact at all on the level of traffic on the road post mitigation? Or is your point, well, it won't resolve it completely?
I think I've made that quite clear, that I do have reservations on that side of things, and that has been brought out in my initial cross-examination. Yeah,
no, I understand that you've got reservations. Can we just try and, again, if we can just try and focus a little bit on the question. So the question was, I understand you've got your reservations and we're going to have a look at them in a moment. Is your position that peak spreading, trip diversion and sustainable transport will have no impact on the modelled results, or is it that they won't mitigate those impacts completely?
My feeling is that they won't mitigate those impacts completely.
Right, so you affect that they will have some beneficial impact.
That is the implication, so my answer there has to be yes.
Thank you. Because you should have in front of you, and just by way of just have a think about those impacts, you should have in front of you, we had a survey produced by Mrs. Wright yesterday. Yep. Can we have a look at that, please?
You'll have to give me a moment to locate that again. Yeah, I've got that, thank you.
Thank you. And so just bearing in mind those figures that we looked at a moment ago, which is we'd have to lose 25 PCUs from the network, so development and non-development traffic, to get back to base, or 6 to get back to the 500 minimum. If you have a look at, I'm going to deal with the peak spreading point first, which is whether people can change their time of travel to avoid the rush hour and the period that you're concerned about. And if we look at the survey that was undertaken by Mrs. Wright and that she spoke to yesterday. And it's question 2 on that survey.
Yes. Got that?
You have that?
I have that, yeah.
Okay, and so the question that was asked there was, and this is relating to the AM peak, which is the one that you're concerned about.
Yes.
If you are if you are a rush hour user, could you change your AM time of travel in the future to avoid rush hour? You see the question asked there.
Okay.
Do you see that? Yeah. And 10% of people, well, actually 9.68% of people said yes, they could. You see that?
Yes, I see where you're going.
Yeah. And 9.68% of people, are 105 people, said that they could in the AM peak. You see that?
Yes.
Yeah. So what that indicates is that there is potential for those 25 trips to be addressed by peak spreading. You see that?
Yep.
Yeah. So you agree with that?
Yep. Can I just clarify something there? The peak spreading, this is what we're looking at here on the survey that was done, is over the day, I presume. The figures that you've given me, are they again over the day? Because that's not my understanding of it.
Well, have a look at the title. If you are a rush hour user...
No. Sorry, you misunderstand.
Oh.
I'm not talking about... this is clear. The survey here is clear. We're talking about 105 people say that over the day that they can actually...
No, over the AM peak, they say. Could you change your AM time of travel to avoid rush hour?
Okay, so the timing that we're talking about with the 25 that you're talking about, is that over the complete AM or the allotted time that we've been talking about?
That's in that time segment.
That time segment of, what, 7 to 8? Is that what you're talking about?
The 15-minute time segment.
So we're talking about a 15-minute time segment as against a whole morning's segment?
No, not a whole morning. Look, to avoid rush hour. Sorry, I don't need...
Sorry, I think this is a little misleading.
No, sorry. I think we're talking at cross purposes. The survey, if you are a rush hour user, so it's relating to the rush hour in the AM peak.
Okay.
Because it says rush hour, yeah? Could you change your AM time of travel, so it's relating to the AM rush hour period, to avoid the rush hour? 10% yes.
I understand where you're coming from, but rush hour to some people is different to others. So it could be anything from 7 o'clock till 9:30.
Okay.
What I'm suggesting is that the 25 is only limited to one particular aspect within that, whereas this particular survey, it doesn't determine a time.
It does. Sorry.
I don't see a time, I'm sorry.
It says it on the first page. 7 to 9:30.
Okay.
Right.
Yes, it does actually, yes.
Okay, so yes, so sorry, I don't usually take what's said from the floor, but we can actually see that the rush hour is defined on page 1, because I don't want to misrepresent the position, as 7 to 9:30 a.m. And the segment that I was looking at was within that period, but not the entirety of that period.
Yeah, that was the point I was making.
Yes. Okay. So just taking that forward, though, 2 points. The first point is that there is potential, though, because it's demonstrated here, for at least some of those 25 PCUs to come off the network during that time segment, because that time segment is within that period, 7 to 9:30 a.m., and 10% of people are saying that they could change their time of travel. Yeah?
Understood.
That's fair, isn't it? And secondly, in respect of the proportion of respondents that indicated that they could change their time of travel, that was 9.68%. Yeah? You see that?
Yes.
And if you remember, in respect of the PCU demand for that period, that was 240 units for that period.
Yes.
So 10% of 240 is 24. Now, I'm not, I'm not putting to you that this is an exact science in terms of comparing the survey to these results. But what is clear when one looks at this survey and looks at the modelled results is that there is a significant potential based on this, isn't there, for those 25 PCUs to be addressed by peak spreading.
It would seem so.
Thank you. Right, so that's one of the points. Next point is in relation to trip diversion, which was a second point. And we can see that in the survey, just bear with me a second. We can see there is a question at question 4. Do you ever change your route of travel to avoid Ashington? You see that?
Yes.
And in respect of that point, 61.47% of respondents said yes. You see that?
Yes.
So again, I'm not suggesting that you can directly extrapolate results and compare them with numbers, but what that indicates is that there is also a significant potential, isn't there, for those 25 PCUs to be addressed by trip diversion as well.
Could I just say that I think my understanding of that is that the answer, the choices answer, yes, they would be people who are doing that already. So they are not people that I would suggest would be regularly using that road because they know it's already a problem, so they'd go a different route. The number that I'd be more interested in myself would be no, but I could in the future.
Sorry, would you which one? I missed that.
Sorry. When we're talking about the answers, the yes, I think would refer to people who do already actually alter their route. And I think that's accepted. But the figure that I would be more interested in would be no, but could in the future, the 1.92%, because they are people who do still regularly use the road, but could possibly do something in the future.
Sorry, except that there's a separate question, which is question 6, which have you already changed your travel to avoid congestion? So that's a separate question. Yeah?
Yeah.
Whereas question 4, do you ever change your route of travel to avoid Ashington? And so that one is dealing with the potential of people to change their route to avoid Ashington. Yeah?
Yeah, I think
so, I mean, again, as I say, Councillor Reeves, I'm not trying to extrapolate results directly in terms of the percentages to the number of trips in relation to this point. But what I am saying is the fact that 61.47% of respondents indicate that sometimes, whatever that may mean, do you ever change your route of travel to avoid Ashington? 61.47% say yes. Some people, 8.26%, say no. And then 1.92% say, no, but I could in the future. The point is that there is a significant potential for those 25 PCUs, because we're dealing with 25 PCUs across the network in that set time segment, 15-minute time segment. There is a significant potential for those to be addressed by trip diversion as well, having regard to these results, isn't there?
I do tend to read these differently, as I've already explained. If we are looking at a 15-minute time slot, and this is relating to a 2.5-hour time slot, we could effectively divide this by 10. And I would contend that the yes answer is people who already are moving their route, and so therefore are not using the road when it is already congested. So therefore I would think it'd be more relevant to actually be viewing the 1.92%, where you've got 23 over the 2.5 hours, which relates to a considerable shortfall of the requirement.
Yeah, and the one, so the one, okay. But what it does demonstrate is, contrary to some of the evidence that's been given, is that there are alternative routes that people can and do sometimes take to avoid Ashington.
Yes, but as I said in my original evidence, that the problem that you have is that there is no ideal alternative route.
No.
You are actually looking at pretty much what I termed as an hourglass pinch at Ashington Road. And so if you want to avoid the hourglass pinch, you've got to go quite a way out of your way to actually avoid that hourglass pinch.
Now, other points, COVID pandemic, things like home working. I appreciate the answers you gave in chief. Well, you have reservations about how much difference that can make. But home working, use of the internet, flexible working, those given current conditions and the way that people are, some people, not all people, are changing working practices, also has the potential to reduce the results that we see in the modelling, because we know that the travel survey that was undertaken was taken pre-pandemic. Yeah?
Yeah. It's interesting to note, though, that Waze, the mobile map app, they have reported in their figures that they have, since the pandemic, going against a baseline of February 2020, which is pre-pandemic, have looked at or had seen an increase of 114% in traffic increase. That was actually on Sky News in August.
Right, but we haven't got any of that information before the inquiry, have we?
No, but what I'm saying is that it's actually the effect of home working, and that has basically been that people haven't been at work, and so errands, etc., have actually come into the equation.
But we haven't got that information for us to look at before the inquiry? No.
No.
Okay, sustainable transport measures. Now, again, just want to be clear, you query the potential effectiveness of them, but you're not suggesting they'll have no impact, are you?
No, but I'm not sure what the impact will be.
Okay, because if we have a look, you've got a copy of the framework, the MPPF, on the desk in front of you.
Thank you.
And I'd like you to turn up, please, paragraph 105 of the framework.
Thank you.
Which is on page 30. Yep.
On page 30, you mean?
Pardon?
Page 30?
Page, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I thought we said 36. My mistake.
Okay, page 30. The objectives in terms of sustainable transport are set out in para 104. And in 105, we have the planning system should actively manage patterns of growth in support of these objectives. And then we see this: significant development should be focused on locations which are or can be made sustainable through limiting the need to travel and offering a genuine choice of transport modes. This can help to reduce congestions and emissions and improve air quality and public health. So just pausing there, firstly, it is an express policy requirement of national policy, isn't it, to focus significant development on locations that are or can be made sustainable.
Yes.
We know that Ashington is a Tier 1 settlement at the top of the council's settlement hierarchy, isn't it?
Yes.
And the Highways Authority, and the reference is 2.6 of the Statement of Common Ground with the Highways Authority, has confirmed that the site is highly accessible. Yeah.
That's factual.
And equally, in the Statement of Common Ground, the first one, between the local planning authority and the appellant, it was also agreed that the site is in an accessible location. Yeah.
Okay.
And so that first point about significant development should be focused on locations which are or can be made sustainable through limiting the need to travel and offering a genuine transport mode is met, that particular objective, by focusing growth in a Tier 1 settlement in Ashington, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Second point, we can see that what the framework tells us is that the impact of doing that is that this can help to reduce congestion and emissions. You see that?
Yes.
So national policy expressly envisages that directing growth to locations such as this that are sustainable in principle can help to reduce congestion, that is, can have an effect on the amount of traffic on the road. Yeah?
Can I just clarify what you're actually referring to, that you're referring to public transport and the likes, yes?
Well, at the moment, we're just talking about the location of the site, but I'm going to carry on in terms of public transport, etc. in a moment. So that's the location of the site.
Right.
Yeah. And then we see opportunities to maximise sustainable transport solutions will vary between urban and rural areas, and this should be taken into account in plan and decision making. So that's, we're dealing with, that's not particularly relevant, I don't think, to what we're dealing with here. And then there is support throughout the framework in terms of encouraging sustainable transport modes. So, for example, in Para 104, which I referred you to a moment ago, which sets out those objectives, one of them is to is that development should, so transport issues should be considered from the earliest stage of plan making and and development proposals, so that, and then we can see opportunities to promote walking, cycling and public transport are identified and pursued. So again, in terms of those measures, they are expressly encouraged by the framework.
They are. The fact, though, is that I got a report which was not in time for me to be able to introduce into evidence. It was from the Rochford 100.
No, I'm so sorry, Councillor. I am going to interrupt you there. I'm so sorry, sir. I'm not happy for reports that.
No, we need to stick to what's before the inquiry.
Okay. I'd like to give some context, if that's possible.
Well, it'd be helpful if you would address the questions that are put to you, as I said a moment ago. So
it was a simple question, which is that in terms of promoting sustainable transport, development proposals should, from the earliest stages of plan making and development proposals, take opportunities to promote walking, cycling and public transport use are identified and pursued. So the simple point is that is an express requirement, objective of the framework, isn't it?
Yes, it is, but it's not being attained.
It's pardon?
It's not being attained.
Right, well, we will look at that in a moment. Now then, next point, in terms of the potential of measures to reduce the 25 PCUs and reduce the highway impact on the single junction in the AM peak in that segment that you have identified that is of concern. Do you have a copy of the SIL compliance schedule in front of you? I don't know if there is. I asked it to be printed out over lunchtime, but I'm not sure. Right, well, I'm going to just, please feel free to look at it later. I'm going to just read out a paragraph to you.
Okay.
It's in respect, so you understand the SIL compliance schedule is the document that's produced by the local planning authority to demonstrate that the obligations within the Section 106 obligation are necessary, directly related to the development, and fairly and reasonably relate to the development, yeah? Which are the tests for those obligations being sought. And in respect of the residential travel plan that's being offered, the local planning authority have said the following: necessary, the development will have an impact on the highway network. Increased use in modes of sustainable transport will help to cut single car journeys arising from the development. This will ease the impact of the development on the highway network and will reduce carbon emissions. So just pausing there, your point, as I understand it, is that presumably you accept that the measures proposed and increased use in sustainable transport will assist in cutting single car journeys. Your point is that you're not convinced they will mitigate them completely. Is that fair?
Yeah, the evidence is such that, for instance, the local bus company in the area have cut 40 routes in recent times. There was an S106 agreement for the Hall Road development where the monies there went to effectively the same particular area, and that has not been implemented.
Yeah. Well, that's very helpful, because one of the obligations in the Section 106 that the Highways Authority has sought is a contribution towards bus service enhancements to improve those services. I presume that's something the local planning authority welcomes to assist in maximising the potential for residents and proposed residents to take up opportunities to use the bus.
What I'm telling you is on Hall Road, where they had an S106 agreement for exactly the same thing, it has not come to fruition.
Right, well,
yet. So what I'm saying is that what you've got to bear in mind is that although there may be conditions there, if there is not the demand, the bus companies will not do it. It doesn't matter how many conditions you put on it, they will not actually provide additional bus journeys and the likes to accommodate the S106 agreement. That's proved on the Hall Road.
I just want to be absolutely clear, because my understanding was that the Section 106 obligation was agreed by the local planning authority. Just bear with me a moment. Yeah, I mean, just in terms of the bus service contribution, it's in the SIL compliance schedule. It says bus service contribution £700,000 towards the provision of bus service enhancements along the Ashington Road corridor to upgrade existing services, creation of new service routes, or the provision of bus priority measures. And then it says projects 3 and 4 being the cycling infrastructure contribution, will assist by providing sustainable means of travel for those using bus infrastructure or cycling infrastructure. Now, these are contributions that are contained in the Section 106 obligation that has been accepted by the local planning authority, and the local planning authority has said in the SIL compliance schedule that project will assist by providing sustainable means of travel for those using bus infrastructure or cycling infrastructure. I presume it's no part of your evidence to say that those contributions are not necessary and shouldn't be levied on the development, is it, Councillor Eaves?
Absolutely,
no.
Absolutely not. But the problem that we have as a council is that the S106 monies are collected and they're handed to the relative authorities or organisations, but we don't have any say over how they allocate it, and that has been the issue with Hall Road. And I can see the same thing happening with this one. I don't know what conditions can be made any more forceful for them to actually come up with these new routes, etc. But it's evidently not happening.
Right. Okay. So your issue is just one about making sure that the monies go to the.
Well, it's not just that they go there. Sorry. That they're allocated correctly.
Yeah. Sorry. That's what I was just going to say, Councillor Eaves. If you let me finish speaking, is just to ensure that the monies are allocated to the correct infrastructure. But I just want to be clear, let's just assume that everything works as it should do, and the Highways Authority is the relevant consultee and the puts the monies that are levied through the Section 106 obligations towards the stated purposes. You accept, presumably, that the sustainable transport contributions, including bus service contributions, cycling infrastructure contributions, so that's £250,000 to connect with Rochford Town Centre and employment sites on Cherry Orchard Way, as identified in the Rochford Cycling Plan and flagship routes 1 and 2. The bus service contributions we've just looked at, together with the travel plan contributions, and I've read out what the local planning authority thinks about all of those, that those measures will assist in reducing the number of vehicles on the road. Your point is you can't say by precisely how much.
Exactly. The history is such that has not been quantifiable in relation to previous applications. Yeah. And it's pure history.
And just in terms of the reduction of traffic on the road as a result of those measures, so a combination of the peak spreading, trip diversion and sustainable transport measures, they will have an impact on all the junctions assessed, potentially, won't they?
They will, but the impact will be felt most on Junction 4. I think we've been through that.
Yeah. Thank you. Good. And just in terms of the council's policies, if you turn up the statement of common ground, the planning statement of common ground, please.
Yep.
Do you have that one?
Yep.
Okay, good. And in paragraph 4. Unfortunately, it's not paginated, but under section 4 planning policy, 4.2.2, this is talking about the reason for refusal. Now, we know the reason for refusal didn't include any policies, did it, Councillor Eaves? Pardon?
Sorry, say again?
I'm so sorry. The reason for refusal didn't include any policies.
No.
No? But you have indicated subsequently, the council has indicated subsequently, that it relies, and this is just at the bottom, there's a big list of policies, and then just above 4.5, where it says material considerations, it says, following the case management conference, the LPA have confirmed that the only policies considered relevant to the reason for refusal are SER8, T1 and DM31 as listed above. No breach of any other policy is alleged. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yeah. And so in respect of the council's position and there not being a breach of any other policy, that includes policies T3, public transport, T5, travel plans, T6, cycling and walking. And all of those are policies that seek to ensure, and also, CLT1, planning obligations and standard charges. And all of those are policies that seek to ensure that appropriate measures are put in place in respect of sustainable transport, aren't they?
Yes.
Thank you. So no breach of those. And so it's also the case that the local planning authority, nor the highways authority, has requested that the appellant provides anything else in respect of sustainable transport provision or indeed any other obligation that hasn't been provided. And we know that because there's no allegation of a breach of CLT1. Yeah?
No, I think the issue there, though, is that there has been evidence has come forward since that I know is not here, so it's not admissible, but it has put a question mark, especially on bus provision. And I did suggest that earlier on. The Rochford 100 meeting did list that there were 40 routes that had actually been dropped off of the bus routes in the south, in this area, in recent times, and they were concerned about that.
Sorry, Just
I know it's inadmissible, but I need
yeah,
to say
well,
it because
right.
it is relevant.
Right, but I am sorry, I'm just going to stop you there. The Highways Authority has requested a very significant contribution towards bus service enhancements, yeah?
Yes.
Which the appellant is providing, yes, through the Section 106 obligation. And the Local Planning Authority has confirmed in a statement of common ground that was signed in December 2021, that there is no breach of any other policy of the development plan alleged, other than those 3 policies that I referred to.
Apart from the fact that, as I say, I don't recognise the signature that's on there. It's not a councillor, as far as I know. I accept, in answer to your question, yes, and I know eyes up and all that,
well,
but you know, it is something that is material interest. From my point of view as a councillor, I talk to the people in the area and I look and see the effect of the things that are happening. I see things that you don't see. You don't live in this area. Once this is all passed, you'll be gone. You won't be worried about the traffic. We will be stuck with it. It is something that I feel in a duty to actually do my best to try and help you to understand the headache that you're going to land us with.
I'm sorry, can we just focus on the question that's being asked? The question that is being asked is, there is no allegation, and there is no evidence produced on behalf of the local... I'll try again. There is no... I'll try again. There is no allegation of conflict that is being made on behalf of the local planning authority, that there is a conflict with policy CLT1, policy CLT1, T3, T5, T6 of the development plan, and the local planning authority produces no, or CLT1, and the local planning authority produces no evidence to support that there would be a breach of any of those policies. Does it, Councillor Eaves?
It doesn't.
Thank you. Then if we then have a think about where that takes us, if the local planning authority is not taking a case that there is a breach of those policies and that therefore adequate contributions have been made in respect of public transport, travel plans, cycling and walking and planning obligations in accordance with those policies, and we also know that contributions have been made in respect of highway infrastructure where it is possible to implement mitigation schemes. So that was Rectory Road, Amberlin Roundabout, and the Dalis Road, Roch Avenue junctions. We spoke about that earlier. Insofar as it is, if we then look at policy T1, please, which is at core document 6.1, the core strategy, and just whilst that's being turned up, we know that policy DM31 deals with traffic management and then T1 deals with traffic, so they need to be read together, don't they?
Okay.
What page in the document, please?
I'm so sorry, sir. It is... tabs full now. It's page 107.
Thank you.
And we know, Councillor, that so we're going to look at T1. There's also an allegation of conflict with DM31, which relates to traffic management. These policies need to be read and understood together, don't they? So do you have them?
Yes.
Good. It's a lot of paper. Policy T1 is the policy in the core strategy that deals with highways. Yeah, that's its heading. We've also got DM1, which is in the development management plan, 31, which is dealing with traffic management. And so these are effectively policies that need to be read together in respect of mitigations that are proposed to the highway network, don't they? Yeah?
Yep.
Good. Okay, so let's have a look at policy T1. So we can see the first part of policy T1 is developments will be required to be located and designed in such a way as to reduce reliance on the private car. Now, we looked at the framework a moment ago, and it's a matter of agreement between us, Tier 1 settlement, highly sustainable location on that basis. So it's a tick for that part of the policy, isn't it? Complies with that part of the policy.
Okay.
Yeah? Okay. Then we see this. However, some impact on the highway network is inevitable, and the council will work with the developers and the highway authority to ensure that appropriate improvements are carried out. Just pausing there, the appellant has provided improvements to all the junctions where it is possible to do so here, haven't they? Because we know that Junction 4 is one where the impacts can't be mitigated on the ground because of the constraints on the ground.
Okay.
Yeah, so tick in terms of that part of the policy then, Councillor Eaves. Yeah? No, I'm sorry, I'm not happy about Sir Kinkear interjections from people.
Yeah, I've tried to keep it low-key, but I mean, I've said several times, it's a public inquiry, it's not a public meeting. There's no one's been totally disruptive, or else I would seek to have you ejected, and that's clearly an issue that I don't want to go there. But please respect the process. Questions are being put to the witness. The witness is required to answer those questions. It doesn't need... The inquiry doesn't need the assistance of comments or whatever in the background, comments and noises. Can we continue, please?
Thank you, sir. So that second sentence, however, some impact on the highway network is inevitable, and the council will work with developers and the highway authority to ensure that appropriate improvements are carried out. Now, it has been agreed that junction improvements at all of the junctions apart from Junction 4 will be carried out, and you've accepted that those will mitigate the impacts at those junctions to an acceptable degree. So we can see there that appropriate improvements will be carried out insofar as it's possible to do so. So that's a tick in terms of that part of the policy in respect of compliance, isn't it, Councillor?
No, I don't believe it is. The reason being why is because you've said you've done it as the improvements are done as far as possible, and we've already identified that Hall Road is an issue. So you see, the thing that concerns me is if you skip down to policy T2. Okay, policy T1 is looking about the highway network.
Yeah.
Policy T2 is looking at specifics. Within the network, we are looking at Ashington Road is cited there as a specific issue that needs to have improved traffic flows and reduce congestion. It is agreed that the plans that have come up with and the mitigation that's come up will not reduce congestion. I know that your contention is that it will actually not increase it that much, but it is a specific thing there in highways. And I do actually, I know that what you're going to say there, you're going to say that basically that we haven't actually disagreed with this before, but it is a point to note that this is something which is an issue. The highways, yes, there's going to be an impact on the highways, but when we get down to specifics in T2, there is a specific issue that is asked to be dealt with there that is not actually achieving T2.
Yeah, I'm not in T2 yet, I'm in T1.
No,
So
I know,
can we just,
I know,
can
and
we
I
just
did-
try and,
I did give
so
you that.
we're nearly at the end, and what I would like to do is just try and focus on the points that are being raised and work through the policies. So we've had a tick in terms of compliance with the located and designed in a way to reduce reliance on the private car, part of T1. The next part of T1, I just want you to focus on the wording in this second part of T1. I appreciate you've got your concerns, you've made it clear what they are. I'm just looking at the extent to which those translate into policy compliance or otherwise.
Okay.
Okay, so the second point of policy T1 says this: some impact on the highway network is inevitable. So it's recognising that some impact on the highway network is inevitable there. You see that?
Yes.
Yeah. And then it says, the council will work with developers and the highway authority to ensure that appropriate improvements are carried out. Now, the only improvements that are possible in respect of the impacts that have been identified are in respect of junctions, Junction 2 is the site access, so Junction 1, Junction 3 and Junction 5, and you've agreed with me that the mitigation at those junctions that's being proposed is adequate and will mitigate the development impacts at those junctions. So where it is possible to do so, appropriate improvements are carried out. And there will be some impacts on the highway network that remain at Junction 4, but that is contemplated by that sentence, isn't it? Some impacts on the highway network is inevitable. The council will work with developers to ensure that appropriate improvements are carried out. Yeah? So it's a compliance in terms of that second sentence of that policy, isn't it, Councillor Eaves?
I think the point that you're missing is that this is the reason being for our whole contention here, that Junction T4, because of what cannot be done there, is, in my mind and in the councillors' mind who are on the development committee, resulting in a severe case of congestion there that cannot be mitigated against.
Got that point. I'm not asking you about your judgment in respect of the extent of the impact. I'm asking you about this particular wording of this sentence. Some impact on the highway network is inevitable, but it's saying essentially that the council will work with developers to ensure that appropriate improvements are carried out. Well, that's happened here because all of the improvements that are possible are being carried out and are appropriate, and there will be some impacts at Junction 4, but those are the ones that can't be mitigated. So looking at the wording of that sentence in that policy, there is compliance with it, isn't there? And I'd appreciate an answer to that point.
Then my answer is no.
Right. So which bit of that sentence do you say that the development conflicts with? Because we accept that there will be some impact at Junction 4.
Okay.
And it is also the case that all appropriate improvements that have been identified will be carried out.
No, it doesn't say appropriate improvements that are being identified. It says appropriate improvements. So that means across the board. It doesn't mean selective improvements. In my mind, that is how that reads. And what you've actually got there is the appropriate improvements cannot be carried out because there is improvement that is identified that is needed on Junction 4, but there's no improvements possible.
Yeah, except for the fact that, just pausing there, we then see the council will seek developer contributions where necessary. Junction 4, you've also accepted that the position will be improved by virtue of the sustainable travel matters that will be implemented.
No, I don't believe so.
No, you don't. Right. Okay. In respect of policy T2, highways improvements, there's no allegation of conflict with policy T2 in either the reason for refusal, because there's no policy conflict at all alleged there, but also in the council's, in the statements of common ground with the planning authority, which sets out that SER 8, T1 and DM 31 are the policies that the council alleged are breached.
I had not seen that before I turned up here. And so, as I said before, I don't recognise the signature that's on there. I'd be interested to know who it was that signed that. But I do actually have concerns about what it actually says specifically in policy T2 with regards to Ashington Road, a specific requirement there to improve and reduce. And I don't see in any way, shape or form, whatever's been mitigated here, that it is actually going to be any improvement or reduction in the traffic issue that we already have.
Have you read the first sentence of that policy, Councillor Eaves? The council, that's your council, will work with the County Council Highways Authority to ensure that highway improvements are implemented to address issues of congestion, road flooding and poor signage. And the following will be prioritised: Ashington Road to improve traffic flows and reduce congestion. So this is a policy that's talking about how the local planning authority will cooperate with the county council. It's not a policy that's seeking to impose an additional obligation on development, is it?
And I think it's a mistake.
Wow.
Because I think that what has actually come out there, and the rest of the members of the committee agree with me on this.
Yeah, but this is the council's plan. You understand that, Councillor Eaves?
Yes, I do.
Right. So in terms of the policy of the plan, whether you agree with it or not, policy T2 is looking at the local planning authority cooperating with the highways authority to ensure that appropriate improvements are undertaken in general terms on the network. That is not a policy that imposes any obligation, is it, on development in terms of the wording of it?
I accept that.
Thank you. And the Highway Authority, as we know in any case, agree that the mitigation proposals that we are proposing, which in respect of the junctions that I took you through at the outset of cross-examination, will improve the position as compared to the baseline scenario. The Highways Authority is content with the proposal on that basis, isn't it?
There is a basis that they are content with it, but how you can say they improve, I'm not sure, because all of your figures across the board go up.
And if we look at the Highway Authority's final position in respect of this matter, and if you please turn up Mr. Blair's, it's his rebuttal proof, volume 5. And it's Appendix B.
Sorry. What is it we're actually looking for? Could you explain?
It's in Mr. Blair's rebuttal proof. Sorry, and it's volume 5.
Which one?
I think it's... Hang on a minute. Right, so we've got the proof.
That's volume 2.
So we're looking at volume 5.
Volume 5.
Volume 5.
Do you have that one? No?
I do now, thank you.
Do that one.
Where
Have
are we
that?
looking at? Yes.
Good. Okay, good. And we can. It's one of these emails where you read it back to front, but the first page is effectively the Highways Authority confirming that they're talking about the full proposal for 662, because the page says that is correct. It relates to the current development proposal. So that's the first page of it, of the appendix B. Yeah. But then if you look over, there is a. Can I just hold it up so that you can see what it looks like, if that helps? There's a page there. It's page 2, and it's got the Essex Highways. Yeah, it's got their logo on it. And so this response is dated the 12th of January 2022, so very recent.
19th of January, sorry.
It's the date's actually on page 1 right at the bottom. There's a Tetra Tech logo. Underneath that, there's the email from Mark Lawrence, Strategic Development Engineer, sent 12th of January 2022, 10:11 a.m.
All right, it's a different page. Okay.
Yeah. It's just on page, it's on page 2.
Must be that one then. Is that what we're looking at?
The date's on the bottom of page 1, isn't it?
Yeah.
The Tetra Tech logo near the bottom of page 1, and just below that there's a date sent 12th of January.
Sorry, what was the date again?
Saying the 12th of January at the bottom, right at the bottom of page. If you look at, find page 1.
There we go. Got it. There we go.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, that was 10th of January. What the hell's going on here?
Page 1, and then
Page 1.
then simply turn over, I think.
You want to just pass it here and I'll check them. Thanks, I will come up, but I'm blocked in. Yeah, that's
There's quite a few page ones and two.
yeah, it's that, and that's the date just there, and that's the email I'm taking into.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, so at the bottom of page 1,
Yep.
we've got the date, which is the 12th of January 2022.
Got that.
Yep, and then we see this. So this is the view of the Officer of the Highways Authority this month. I have reviewed the information below and I can confirm that the Highway Authority agree with the points raised. So that this is in respect to this mitigation scheme that your consultant, Mr. Flexman, has agreed. And then they say this: it is also key to reaffirm that the application must also be viewed holistically and appreciate that the package of network improvement measures to facilitate modal shift form part of the Highway Authority acceptance of the scheme. Considering those points, the position of the Highway Authority remains unchanged, and that the proposed allocated development does not constitute a severe cumulative impact. And then, if you go back onto page 1, thank you for confirmation. I'd be grateful if you can confirm that the words proposed allocated development refer to the current development of 662. And then he says, that is correct, it relates to the current development proposal. So just the Highways Authority there confirming, firstly, that the application must be viewed holistically, but secondly, that the package of network improvement measures to facilitate modal shift are part and parcel of the mitigation scheme that the Highway Authority accept. You see that?
Yes.
And secondly, that their view remains unchanged, that the proposed development does not constitute a severe cumulative impact. And you have no specific, clear, compelling evidence, do you, Councillor, to set against that conclusion reached as recently as the 12th of January 2022?
I would contend that. And the reason being why is because two things. Number one, the severe impact is not something that is down to anyone other than the local authority to declare, and I think that was made very clear by the MP. And I do believe that we have produced a particular weakness in the plans that have been put forward that will have a severe impact on the road network. This is something that I believe very strongly is going to have a severe impact on this area. As I said before, once you've gone, then you've gone. We will be left with it. And unfortunately, locally, we are experiencing problems here already. And this is an issue that we know will come back to bite us.
And that's based on your perceptions, isn't it, Councillor, as we've discussed?
It's based on the perceptions and on what I've seen here in some of the evidence that has been put forward that was brought out originally.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Bear with me a moment, please. I got a number of questions that I'd got to put to you, Councillor Reeves, but I think as the cross-examination has gone on, a lot of the points I'd got have actually been addressed, so I'm not going to tax you with many points, but just let me double check a couple. One of them that I just do want to be clear on, please, was when you were taken early on in your evidence in chief, and you were describing conditions as you experienced them, you've said, a long haul road. You talked about traffic backing up a long haul road, was the phrase that you used.
Yes.
From the roundabout. And on the plan, you identified it as going back to what you called a new roundabout. That's
Yes.
one that serves James Street, I think was one of the names on the plan in that development.
I'm not familiar with the names of the roads going off there, but...
A westernmost roundabout serving the new development.
Yes,
Is that
that's correct.
Okay. So what do you actually mean then there when you say it was backing up? Because I've... What time of day? You were talking about between 7 and 8 o'clock, weren't you?
Yes.
There. Yeah, okay. So between 7 and 8...
It'd be somewhere around about 7:30. I don't go through there every day, and I went through there today and it was clear.
Sorry, say that last bit again.
So I don't go through there every day, and I went through there today, a little bit later, admittedly, but it was clear.
It was clear.
But this is the problem, you see, that it is something where you've only got one little thing that happens and it does back up. That is our experience. It's a regular experience of all the residents in the area.
So when you say back up, you're talking about what? A stationary queue, or are you talking about
very
slow moving traffic?
Queue. Very slow moving queue.
Okay.
I would say probably you're looking at about 5 miles an hour, something like that.
And in your perception, how often does that happen then?
I would say the majority of the times I go through there at that time of day.
Okay. Okay. I think the only other point I just wanted to be clear on was the issue that you were saying about Rectory Road and the mitigation. If I've understood you correctly there, you're saying that in your view, the mitigation or junction improvement proposed wouldn't be safe or suitable. That's right.
The reasoning... Sorry.
Well, yes, I was going to say, first of all, just let me get your agreement that I've understood that correctly. You're saying that in your view, that wouldn't be safe or suitable.
That's correct.
And you take that view despite the assessments that you've been told have been carried out by several professional highway engineers, both the Highway Authority, the appellants and the consultant engaged to support your case, but
yes,
obviously who is now not appearing.
Yes, and the reason being why is because of the history.
Yes, I just want, you've said that several times, and it's a phrase that sort of, it's easy to say, but I'm not quite sure what it means, because no, you don't need to turn to anything, because I want you to address what I'm saying. What these assessments have done, in my understanding of it, by the highway engineers who've looked at the layout now, is to assess what's proposed. So I'm not sure how the history assists in looking at what is proposed now.
Right, if I can clarify then, the reason being why I cite the history is because what is actually being proposed as the junction changes from Rectory Road, they return the junction from Rectory Road into the roundabout back to what it was effectively before.
Yes, I'm not sure that they do, though, do they? Because, I mean, that's the whole point. I think there was a point that's put to you. The improvements that are shown now, there's no indication, no evidence before me that those have been available or that's been the form of junction layout in the past.
Right, if you look at the photographs that were actually, the aerial photographs that were actually produced, what you will see is the white patch which actually designates the area which is for drivers to keep off.
Yes.
You can see the white line, or that white painted area coming along Ashington Road, coming from both directions. At all times, that paint is good. As you come out of Rectory Road, you can see the progression over the years where that has worn away. The reason being why is because drivers have used that as a second lane. And that is the reason being why the island was actually put in there, was to stop them using it as a second lane. You see, the curve...
Yes, I know, but let me just pause you there. You're talking about the splitter island on Rectory Road. You're not making any reference to the relocation of the central domed island on Ashington Road, and that's part and parcel of the proposal now. So I'm not trying to dwell on this in any great detail. What I'm trying to be clear on, though, is that when you say it's going to revert it to what it was previously, that's what I'm saying is, to my mind, questionable. I'm not saying for 1 minute that some of the issues that relate to Rectory Road may not have been tried in the past, but taken as a whole for the junction improvement, there's no evidence before me to show that that it's being reverted, as you've put it, to what was there previously.
Let me put it like this then. The improvements that are looking to be put in are returning the Rectory Road entrance into the same position as it was before. That is cited in the Highways report as being an issue before. And the reason being why was because it was being treated as a two-lane entrance into the roundabout there. You see, as they were coming out of the two-lane entrance there, they're effectively using the route that is now proposed to actually join the road, because it specifies in the report that the drivers were overshooting the island. Yeah. It actually says that. Now, that is the route.
It says undercutting, I think, the phrase.
Well, undercutting, going over it, whatever you're saying. Yeah. To my colloquial mind, that's the same. But what ends up happening then is, if you actually follow the line that the cars will actually drive, the new position of the roundabout in the middle is exactly what they would have adhered to before. So just by moving the white paint over, all you're doing is actually putting in the route that was previously taken, that was proven to be dangerous.
Well, I've got your response. I'm not going to pursue it anymore. I've asked you the question and you've explained that to me. Let me just ask you one more point, though, on your evidence relating to that junction. I'm afraid it's a case of shuffling papers here, so I've got to try and find the...
I feel your pain.
Right one. Where are we? Here we are. Right. I just wanted to be clear. What you say in your proof of evidence at 3.4, paragraph 3.4, you're talking about this junction, and the last sentence on the first page that 3.4 appears on says, there was, subsequently were a number of safety issues raised, and the two-lane approach was brought back to a single-lane approach, and that's obviously what you've just been talking about a moment ago. Then turning over, you tell me increasing the approach back to 2 lanes and adding 2 further lane approaches to the roundabout will merely serve to increase the danger to pedestrians. And I'm unclear where that's come from and why you're saying that. When I've visited there, certainly there's a signal-controlled pedestrian crossing, isn't there, on Rectory Road, a short distance away from the roundabout?
Yeah. And what you've got to bear in mind, you've got a lot of teenagers coming there to go to King Edmund, and it is regularly a site that you see. They don't use the actual Pelican crossings at all. The vast majority of them do, but there's a lot of chancers who just take a quick run to try and cut the corner off. And if they've not got an island there to get onto, it is inherently making it more dangerous.
Okay, thank you.
One thing I would just add there is that I've asked residents, because I've lived in the area all my life, I do recall a time when that entrance into the roundabout there was a single road, a single entrance, and it was made into a second lane at some point in time. It may have been beyond 10 years ago, but I've asked other residents and the likes, and they've all confirmed, but we can't find historical record of it at Essex Highways because it's too far back. But that's when they originally painted the island on to then bring it to a single lane. So that's why I then say that it brought it to a single lane, but it has then been treated similarly as a two-lane one since that was painted, because they turned it into a two-lane, but then with the problems that they were having, they painted the middle bit and turned it into what was road-wise a single, but in actual use carried on being used as a double, which led to the Highways authorities producing the report they did.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you. I don't think I've got anything further I need to clarify or ask you, Councillor Reeves. So, Mr. Parkinson, have you got any re-examination of Councillor Reeves?
Sir, yes, I have. Councillor Reeves, can we start at the Hall Road roundabout? And you made a point about the impact of what happens at Hall Road on the Dailies Road junction. I just want to make sure we all fully understand what you're saying. And I made a note of what you said. You said the modelling relies on free flow through the junctions. The queue at Hall Road would go beyond Dailies Road, and it would affect the free flow of the traffic through the Dailies Road. Can we just clarify that? So can you go to, it's page 45, so it's the summary table in Mr. Blair's appendices. So we have Ashington Road, AM peak, max queue 118, and we'll clarify with Mr. Blair later in the week what that means when we say max queue. But for now, let's take that 118. And then have you got Mr. Flaxman's rebuttal proof? I'm told that you do. It's in what folder?
She's gone.
It's in the black folder, apparently, although there are a number. I think is it that black folder? Yeah. The Mr. Flaxman's rebuttal proof. And once you're there, can you turn to paragraph 2.2.13 on page 6?
Hang on.
So it should say at the top, connect consultants. I think help is on its way.
This is the statements of common ground, I believe. I think this was the one that was.
Oh, that's the wrong
lent
folder.
To me, if I remember rightly.
Can you help Steve?
I believe this is a document that was lent to me previously.
This one.
I'm not sure if it was that one.
No, it's not that.
Thank you.
Right, have we got it?
Yes.
It should say at the front, Highways rebuttal proof, by Harry Flexman. Then can you turn within that to page 6, paragraph 2.2.13?
Yes.
So he says there, measuring using Google Earth, the difference between the northbound giveaway line of junction 3 and the inscribed circle of junction 4 is 410 metres. So we have a distance between the two junctions of 410 metres.
Yes.
Then at the bottom, he's given a PCU length measurement of 5.75. So if we just times 118 by 5.75, we get Q length in terms of metres on the ground of 678.5, with the distance between 3 and 410. And my question is, first of all, is that the point you were making? And secondly, what's the implication in your view of that?
Yes, it is the point that I was making, and the implication of it is that the free flow that is required for Junction Daly's Road, I believe that's Junction 3, won't be attained.
Thank you. Then going back to the page 45 summary table, Mr. Blair's proof. You asked whether the road network needs to be looked at in a round, and you quite rightly said yes, you've got to look at the road network in a round. And I think you said there only needs to be one block in a pipe for the whole thing to not work. I mean, how important and how much of a block in the pipe would be the outputs that we see here at the Hall Road junction? What effect would that have on the wider network?
Huge. It has the potential to gridlock the area. As I said before...
Sorry, it has the potential to... I didn't hear the word. Say it again.
So it has the potential to cause gridlock.
Gridlock.
In the area.
Okay, and then you were taken to, if we look at the various arms of Hall Road Junction, you were taken to Hall Road, for example, and
Yep.
it said you didn't have an issue with that one. And I think you said, let me get exactly what you said. You said it's the cumulative effect that's the issue.
Yes.
It's not a single effect. Now, can you see the row under the different arms that says average delay?
Yes.
Which I think you did mention. I just want to pick up on that, though. So average delay, and that's across the junction, across the hour, as I understand it. 77 in the 2029 baseline. And then we go to the bottom, 29 with development, 213. So taking the junction as the whole and the cumulative effect, as you mentioned, can I have your view on the AM peak in terms of the impact, the sort of 70-second average delay to a 213-second average delay would have?
Well, it's huge. I mean, this has been the basis of us, as I've said many a time, this has been the basis of us proposing the refusal on the grounds of a severe impact on the network.
Okay, PM peak.
Yep.
You've said you don't have any technical evidence in relation to the PM peak, and you don't have any personal experiences. We do have, though, here the modelling outputs provided by the appellant. And obviously what we're interested in, what we got here is a future prediction rather than current personal knowledge. I haven't asked the question yet.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just going to put it, I'm sure it's going to be a proper one, but I'm just going to put a marker down. I specifically asked questions and we had an exchange in respect of this, and I thereafter confined my questions to the AM peak on the basis that the witness made it clear that he was only taking an issue in respect of the AM peak.
Mm. Yeah, understood.
Well, I have my notes that what was accepted is that there's no technical evidence relating to the PM peak.
Okay.
I'm going to ask the question and then we can all review where we are. I need to just ask the question, though, to get Miss Councillor Eves' evidence on the PM peak clarified. So it's going to be an open question. Councillor Eves, looking at the PM peak, can I have your view on what the appellant's evidence shows about the impact on the PM peak?
No, I'm sorry. I object to that question. I do object to that.
It shouldn't come through in that way in re-examination, because it clearly wasn't a point that your witness dealt with in chief or specifically in cross-examination. Re-examination, as you know, is meant to be to...
I do understand that, yeah. I do understand that, of course. I mean, you had my comments earlier. I'm not going to argue with you.
No, we can't. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. We'll leave that. Can we move on then to the question of peak spreading? You were taken to the survey by Helen Wright. Have you seen any survey evidence produced by the appellant demonstrating the availability of alternative routes or the availability to travel at different times of the day to avoid the peak?
No.
Okay. Now, the survey period for Ms. Wright's survey is 7 to 9:30 a.m. That's the AM peak in that. Mr. Blair's peak is 7:15 to 8:15. How much weight do you give to a survey that's measuring a different peak to the modelled peak? What's your view in terms of the weight that we should attach to that?
I would say it'd be pretty high.
So, sorry, just high in what sense? So we got Ms. Wright's survey is modelling 7 to 9:30 and talking about the potential for people to divert.
Oh, sorry. I mean, looking at a wider timescale, I would suggest would be a reasonable assumption to sort of be judging on in a survey.
And then if we look at Mr. Blair's peak, so he's all of these tables that we have in front of us are based on the period 7:15 to 8:15.
Yes.
Yep. And the point that's been put by the appellant is, well, people would be able to change their route. Change their journey time to go earlier than 7:15 or later than 8:15. To what extent do you think we can draw that conclusion from the survey that's been produced by Ms. Wright?
Oh, I think you said, as I explained under cross-examination, was that where you're looking at, and say specifically, a question, I believe it was 4.
Yeah.
As I said, I believe that where the answer is yes, that is because people are doing that already.
Yeah. And if you're on question 4, what percentage of people said that they're not already doing it but could in the future?
1.92.
And do we have any timescale in terms of when those 1.92 said that they could change their route, and whether, well, do we have any times in which they said that they could do it, or do we just not know?
That one was based on the, as was pointed out, 7 till 9:30, I believe. And there was...
If you just look at, so question 4 is the one that...
Question 4, yeah, sorry. Yep.
So do we know when in the day people would be able to change their route, the 1.92%?
Well, we're looking at between 7 and 9:30.
Yeah. Thank you. Then working from home suggested that, well, people are working from home and that could have an impact on the figures here. Let's not forget the date we're looking at. So if we look at the table, 2029 baseline, 2029 with development. To what extent do you consider that current working from home habits are likely or not to extend to 2029, which is the date that we're concerned with in this inquiry?
I think it will become the norm, but as I explained, what actually is happening, and this is the reports that I'm hearing when it's related to transport, and this is regularly reported, so I'm not bringing anything new. This is what we're actually finding is that people are working, when they're working from home, they are doing more errands in their car, so they're doing less longer journeys, more shorter ones. And in a built-up area like this, that's what you can expect.
Okay, thank you. Then finally, just on this topic, want to focus on how much of a difference the appellant needs to prove that these changes will make. Can we go back to CD 4.09, which is the Highway Authority's consultation response on highways? 4.09.
Where will that be? Can I have some help? See,
Cool, yeah.
that will be CD4. What was the reference, please?
4.09, CD 4.09.
This one's CD4.
Is the ECC, yeah.
Thank you.
And once you've got that, you can turn to page 12.
Okay.
And we went to this in evidence in chief. The junction modelling has shown that the traffic generated by the development will impact on the junctions assessed, but with the proposed mitigation in place, in partnership with sustainable travel measures, the impact will be reduced to provide for nil detriment, or in some cases improvement. So that's the basis on which ECC signed off and said not a severe impact. Having been asked questions about it and given your answers and been referred to the additional material that you referred to, how much confidence do you think the inspector can have that all of those factors will result in the impact on the whole road junction being reduced to nil?
No, that's not going to happen. The impact will be, there will be an impact there. I mean, that's a given. Thank you.
And then final question on policy T1, which hopefully you still have open or tabbed. It's CD 6.01. It's the core strategy. And it's on page 107.
Well, that.
So you're ahead of me this time. Right, policy T1. Now, if we just focus on the wording, as you were asked to, if you're right that the residual cumulative impact on the local network is severe, can I just have your view on whether you comply with or breach a policy that requires appropriate improvements to be carried out?
Sorry, can you explain that again?
Yeah, so if we just, let's just remind ourselves of the wording. So it's the second sentence. Some impact on the highway network is inevitable, and the council will work with developers and the highway authority to ensure that appropriate improvements are carried out. Now, in light of the fact that your conclusion is that this development will have a severe residual impact, do you take the view that appropriate improvements, that a policy that requires appropriate improvements to be carried out has been complied with or breached?
I strongly believe that it's actually been breached. I've made that quite clear.
If we just look at the wording, does the policy say do everything you can, or does it say something else? Because it was suggested, well, we've done everything we can. In your view, does that, looking at the wording, mean that you don't breach the policy?
I don't see can in there. I do see a breach of policy there.
Yep. So do you see that phraseology or words to that effect in the policy? Do everything you can?
No.
No. Thank you. So those are all my questions. There is one point I do want to make, which is more of a legal point. On a number of occasions, it was put to Councillor Eaves, well, to depart from the views of Highway Authority, you have to have clear and compelling evidence. We heard clear and compelling a number of times, and, you know, where's your evidence that they didn't look at? Where's your evidence? We take a view that the legal position is you have to give great weight to the Highway Authority, but you don't need new or different evidence in order to depart from it. I just wanted to flag that at this stage. I think... No, I just wanted to flag, yeah, it might be that we're saying the same thing. That it doesn't have to, you don't have to point to something that they've missed. It can be the same material, the same evidence, but you just take a different view from the Highway Authority. And as long as their view is taken into account, that's perfectly permissible. We don't have to find something that they've overlooked. Clear and compelling.
And that's effective.
It is. But I just want to be clear on clear and compelling doesn't mean new or different. Obviously, you have to have a clear and compelling reason, but it doesn't have to be based on new or different material.
Okay.
And it sounds like we're in agreement on that. I just wanted to flag that.
Okay, duly noted. And thank you. And thank you, Councillor Eaves. You've had a long session, so thank you for your contribution.
Thank you.
Obviously, we're going to have an afternoon break now, but you indicated earlier, Mr. Parkinson, that you need a little bit of time for the shuffling round of documents and additional. So we're coming up to 3:35. If we have a 20-minute break, is that going to be sufficient for the witnesses to swap over and have the documentation you want? That'll be up to 3:55. Well, I'm happy to say 4 if you think that we need that, because obviously I don't want people to be panicking around, but obviously we are going to have a review. Okay, let's do that. I won't delay any more then. Let's adjourn now and we'll resume at 3:55 with your next witness. Thank you. It's time to take your seats, please. Yes, understood. Well, the inquiry is resumed, so Mr. Parkinson, would you, well, in a moment, introduce your next witness, but what I was going to say is we do find ourselves in a very similar position time-wise to how things were yesterday, but unless you're going to tell me differently, I think we might need to take a slightly different approach to yesterday in that if we don't begin cross-examination of Councillor Shaw, then we're falling even further behind from the programme that I'd drafted out. What are the views of the parties? I sense you've perhaps chatted a little about it.
So we have, and I've also chatted to Councillor Shaw. I think the position is evidence in chief is going to take half an hour, 45 minutes, we'll get to 4:45. I think it is the same position as yesterday in the sense that Councillor Shaw has got council business this evening and has some availability on her constraints. But also, I think, speaking to Ms Reid, there's no way we're going to finish cross-examination today. And it might be better, we were thinking, to have an earlier start when everyone's fresh and there's no sort of having to hold things overnight, which is difficult. The only reason it's difficult with councillors, council things in the evening, and whilst Councillor Shaw knows the duties and will comply with the duties, sometimes it's just easier to avoid any.
Of course, yes. Yeah. I mean, I've no wish to inconvenience anyone, but I'm also at pains to try and make sure we move our way through all the business we need to. Yeah. I'm more concerned that you told me earlier that you haven't got availability next Thursday, because if things are pushing, I mean, we may claw time back, but if we are looking to moving on next week, then Thursday would have been useful to have had.
Yeah, that is true, and that is true.
Are you flexible on that at all or not?
Unfortunately not, no. I mean, I can see, but it's very unlikely. I mean, I think hopefully tomorrow we'd finish Councillor Shaw's cross-examination and Rule 6 party, and maybe start on Mr Blair.
Yeah,
so we'd finish highways by the end of the week. In terms of the planning evidence, I've put down an hour cross-examination, because obviously the focus is on highways. So we should definitely get to the end of Tuesday, I would have hoped, and finish the evidence with closings on Wednesday.
So may I, in terms of an earlier start tomorrow, one option would be to start at 9 o'clock.
Yes, I was thinking that myself.
We had, so rather than just 9 o'clock, and then we claw an hour back, because with the best will in the world, I think once we've completed examination in what time is it? So it's going to be about 20 to 5. So realistically, you know, to go after 6 anyway is going to be a long day for people and tiring, particularly people that, you know, are not professional witnesses. There's no criticism intended, but aren't used to the long days, etc. in terms of giving evidence. I want to ensure that Councillor Shaw feels able to answer my questions without, you know, being late at night. So I think if we started at 9, we claw an hour back tomorrow morning. And we're not going to be significantly further behind than we would be if we sit late and start at the normal time.
I agree with all that. One thing that we haven't got, and this is no criticism, but Mr Foster, you indicated that obviously not being experienced, as it were, in cross-examining, you didn't know how long you'd be likely to need in putting your questions to the various witnesses. So there's an unknown element there. I mean, I don't know whether you've formed a view as the inquiry's progressed as to how long you might be.
Doing a read-through on my own, it's 45 minutes. But doing it in this environment, I think...
No, sorry, I think you're talking there about presenting your evidence. I'm talking about the amount of time that you might want to put questions to the appellant's witnesses.
I've got no idea, honestly.
No, well, that's what I mean. So, you know, I can't prejudge that, but I've obviously got to allow you the sufficient scope to put the questions that you feel are necessary and appropriate. And I'll only stop you if you start straying and repeating things. So there is that unknown, I'm afraid, that I've just got to be conscious of. We can't do anything about it because we've got to wait till we get there, and it may be that you know, Mr. Parkinson will ask most of the questions you were going to ask anyway, and you might not need to. Equally, you might not ask any that you want to ask.
And just make one point, if I may, sir, that is a bit perverse, I suppose, but if it goes to Wednesday next week, we've got planning training for councillors, and if we don't go there, we won't be able to sit on planning committees. So.
Thanks.
So are you saying you want it to go to Wednesday or not? Yeah. Right. Okay. Let's park that for the time being and just see how things go. But yes, I mean, I think in terms of what we do for the rest of the day, it makes sense to deal with Councillor Shaw's evidence in chief, then break at that point, and quite likely have a 9 o'clock start. All the main participants are okay for 9 o'clock tomorrow, are you? Yeah. Okay, well, let's do that, and then we'll take another review when we've got to the end of the council's evidence. Okay, well, thank you for that. So would you like to then introduce your witness, please?
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Councillor Shaw.
Good afternoon.
I'll just start by formally introducing you. Have you got your proof in front of you?
I have.
Right, if you turn to paragraph 1.1, your name is Lorraine Shaw, you're a member of Rochford District Council and the ward member for Roch North and Rural. You were first elected as member of the council on the 5th of May 2016, re-elected again 3rd of May 2018, member of a number of committees, including the council's development committee, which you became chairman of on the 18th of May 2021, having previously held the position of vice chairman since 2018. And you've been a member of the Development Committee since 17th of May 2016. In terms of that paragraph, is that all correct?
It is.
Okay. Now, I understand paragraph 1.2, there's a slight correction you want to make. Do you want to explain what that is?
Yes, it does say I'm an associate member of the Royal Town Planning Institute. I was admitted as an associate member in January 2019. That should actually be an affiliate member.
Okay, so we just cross out associate and put
if you can, yes,
in.
please.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Now, just turn on then to paragraph 2.3. The paragraph says there at the bottom, the evidence provided in Councillor Adrian Eves' proof focuses on the issue of congestion and the impacts of the vehicular traffic generated by the proposed development on the local highway network. And one thing that Councillor Eves passed over to you, if you recall, was this point about the impact on traffic between the period of 8 and 9 a.m., if you recall that.
Yes.
Yep. Can you give your personal experience in the same way he did on traffic at that period, so focusing on any queues or delays and the extent to which the traffic's flowing between that hour of 8 and 9?
I used between Junction 1 and Junction 3, Rectory Road to Daly's Road, on a route on a daily basis, Monday to Friday, between 8 and 9. I run a food bank. So I have to go, that is the route I have to go to my premises to open up the food bank. And obviously the food has to be distributed. And that is we have to have the whole between 9:30, so I must get there. So I had, in between those two junctions at that time, I can be waiting 15 minutes between those two junctions to get to the food bank.
Again, just to clarify, the two junctions being?
It'll be Rectory Road, Junction 1, and Daly's Road, Junction 3.
Thank you. And then when you get to Daly's Road, what do you then do?
I get to Daly's Road, take the first turning on the left, going into Rochford Town.
Okay. And do you do the reverse route, and if so, what time and what's the conditions like then?
I will most probably leave there because it opens at 9:30, so I try and get away by 9:15 because I've got someone running it for me. I use back down from Junction 3 to Junction 1 to either my home, or I go further down Ashton Road to go to Essex County Council. And again, it can, to those two junctions, between those two junctions, it could be 15 minutes because we've got the school.
Thank you. Okay, now apart from that point on congestion, your proof of evidence does two things. As you say at paragraph 2.1, you present the planning case for the council, and we'll come back to that. And then at 2.3, you reference the fact that your proof focuses on highway safety and the suitability of the proposed vehicular accesses to the appeal site. Now, it's in the statement of common ground, and I mentioned it in opening, but we should just formally do it through you, just to confirm the position on this. So if you turn to section 5, there's a heading Principal Issues and Assessment. Of Councillor Shaw's proof.
Yeah, that's what I thought you were, but then you just referred to statement of common ground, so I just wondered whether I... Yeah, no, that's fine, thank you.
And there's a series of headings there. So we've got A, the reduction in the width of the pavement outside Holt Farms Infant School. We flick over a few pages. We have B, pedestrian safety generally. D, drop-off parking from 12 spaces reduced to 6. And then over on the last page, E, the loss of the designated segregated cycle lane. Yeah. Now, we'll come back to some of these points a bit later when we look at the benefits of the proposal. But in terms of your evidence, having seen the new information from the appellant, do you say that any of these factors are sufficiently unacceptable that they should result in the refusal of the scheme?
No.
No. Okay, thank you. Right, so let's focus on the planning evidence then, which is what your focus of your evidence is on. Can you turn to paragraph 4.2 of your proof?
Bear with me, sorry. Yep.
Yeah. And I'm just going to ask you to read out paragraphs 4.2 and 4.3.
Section 38 in bracket 6 of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act 2004 requires, in making any relevant determination under the Planning Acts, the determination shall be made in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. 4.3, in any assessment of this appeal, the first point to be established is, therefore, whether or not the grant of planning permission would be in accordance with the development plan. If the grant of planning permission is found not to accord, then consideration must be given to the question of whether there are any material considerations of significant weight that, nonetheless, planning permission ought to be granted.
Okay, thank you. And what we're going to do is we'll just structure this by, as you set out there, first look at the development plan and the policies, whether they're complied with or not, and whether there's compliance with the plan as a whole. Do that, and then we'll go on to look at other material considerations. So we start off with the development plan. You've got your heading there. If you look at paragraph 4.7, you reference policy T1 of the council's core strategy. Yeah.
Yep.
Now, I think you were here, well, I know you were here actually, because you were just almost next to me. You were here during the evidence of Councillor Reeves, and were you listening when he was asked questions on that by Ms. Reid?
I was.
Yeah. And in the interest of saving time, did you agree with the answers that Councillor Reeves gave in relation to compliance with policy T1?
I do.
Okay. So let's move on then to paragraph 4.9, which is the site allocation. And I just want to explore that in a bit more detail. So can you pick up the allocations plan? So it's CD 6.02. These allocations plans.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Once you're there, you can turn to page 71.
Yes.
Okay, so this is policy SER 8, South East Ashington. just going to read a couple of bits out to you and then ask you a question. So if we look at paragraph 3.224, describes the site, accommodate a minimum of 500 dwellings, and then says the overall site area is 23.5 hectares to take account of site constraints and to accommodate the following infrastructure, services and facilities. Bullet point 1, local highway capacity and infrastructure improvements, including contribution to traffic management of Ashington Road. Then, if we turn over to the next page, we have concept statement. And if we flick down to page 75 of the plan, there's a paragraph that says, paragraph 3.248. And that says, a transport assessment, including assessment of air quality, must accompany any planning application to develop the site. This will examine the additional transport impacts that the development of the site will generate. Actions to address impacts identified through the transport assessment must accompany the development of the site or be provided prior to the commencement of development. Now, you've heard the evidence of Councillor Eves and his view that there's a severe residual cumulative impact on the highway network. In light of that, do you consider that paragraph 3.248 is complied with in terms of actions being taken to address the impacts identified in the transport assessment?
No.
Okay. Now, one of the points made to Councillor Eves is, well, the site's allocated, and there's, as part of that, and Mr. Blair makes the point as well, there must be some degree of acceptance that the impact of 500 dwellings on the highways network is acceptable and that some congestion is acceptable. Can we look at the inspector's report into the site allocations plan to see what the inspector who found it sound was saying? So it's CD 6.14.
Bear with me a minute, please.
Oops, oh, sorry.
6.14.
I'll make an entrance.
Sorry, sir, I realised I didn't give you a list at the beginning.
No, I didn't ask for it either, so we're both remiss there, but not to worry, I've got it now.
And once you've got there, can you turn within it to page 4? And there's a heading issue 1. So this is the inspector who's examining the plan's issue, and his question is the overall strategy for the allocation of housing, etc., sound, having regard to the relationship with the MPPF, the needs and demands of the districts identified in the core strategy, and the evidence base and preparatory processes. Then if we scroll down to paragraph 22, which is on page 6 of the inspector's report. If it's okay, I'm just going to read out 3 paragraphs and then ask you a couple of questions. So if we start off with paragraph 22, an underlying criticism is that the overall impact on highway capacity across the district has not been addressed. However, the report on the examination of the core strategy commented at paragraph 50 that the County Council as Highway Authority has been involved in the preparation of the strategy and is satisfied that any impacts on the highway and transport network can be satisfactorily mitigated. A close working relationship has been maintained with the County Council through collaborative joint working arrangements, and it remains satisfied that the travel demands arising from future development can be adequately addressed. In this regard, the Highway Authority's view is that a district-wide transport model would not accurately identify changes to the local network arising from development due to the scale of total provision and its distribution across Rochford. Instead, the use of more detailed individual junction models is preferred. This could take into account existing permitted and planned development. Transport assessments would be expected to accompany planning applications arising from the allocations. And last paragraph, 24. However, there's very limited detail about existing traffic conditions in the district and a dearth of survey information other than that provided by representatives. There's stress on the network and residents are sensitive to congestion. The role of B1013 that rolls through the heart of the district is a particular concern, although there are also more localised difficulties. Given the lack of detailed evidence about the wider long-term implications, some lack confidence in the County Council's approach. That said, notwithstanding the general misgivings, there's no technical information about the impact of additional traffic. Furthermore, there's no other assessment to contradict the Highway Authority's position that the network as a whole should be able to cope. More significantly, the scale and location of development has already been assessed and determined through the core strategy, and because of that, the site allocations plan is sound in this respect. So just a couple of points I want to pick up with you on this. We start off with paragraph 24. The inspector examining the site allocations plan, how much information did he have before him about existing traffic conditions in the district?
Well, as it says, however, there's very limited detail.
Okay. And in terms of how that was to be addressed, if we look at paragraph 23, how did the inspector examining the plan envisage that the acceptability of changes to the local highway network would be assessed?
Through the transport assessments would be expected to accompany planning applications arising from the allocations to the RASC.
Okay. And in light of that, to what extent do you think, in your view, the inspector examining the plan signed off on 500 dwellings at this site being acceptable in terms of its impact on the highways network?
It was very limited, so...
Okay.
Sorry, yeah, I feel it was very limited for him.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, let's put that away and turn next to the development management plan policies, which is CD 6.03.
Yep.
This is adopted December 2014 development management plan. And we're looking for policy DM31, which is on page 81. So heading traffic management, and then the first sentence says, any new major developments must include appropriate traffic management measures to facilitate the safe and efficient movements of people and goods by all modes, whilst protecting and enhancing the quality of life within communities, etc. Now, again, in light of the evidence of Councillor Eaves that there's a severe residual cumulative impact on the highway network, can I have your view on whether this development facilitates the safe and efficient movement of people and goods by all modes?
No, I don't.
And in light of that, your view on whether policy DM31 is breached or complied with?
It's breached.
Thank you. So, taking those three policies, your position in terms of whether the application complies with the development plan taken as a whole?
I still think it should be refused. We had a look at it, and with what we've had, the evidence we had, it still should be refused.
Okay. You've then reached, quite rightly, in your proof, so we're now at paragraph 4.11. We look to see whether there are any other material considerations that outweigh non-compliance with the development plan. And you turn first to the MPPF. Now, the council doesn't have a 5-year housing land supply. What does that mean in terms of the MPPF and how we determine the application?
We'll have a tilted balance.
We have the tilted balance, okay.
Tilted balance, sorry.
Tilted balance, yeah. So that means that permission should be granted unless the adverse effects significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. Is that correct?
No.
Sorry?
No.
No, I know that's...
Sorry.
I know your position is that the... just in terms of what the test is, what the wording is. Yeah, I hope I just have. Well, I hope I just have. So permission should be granted unless the adverse effects significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. That's the test, paragraph 11D2.
Yep.
Yep, you can take it from me. Okay, right. Let's look then at that weighing exercise between the adverse impacts and the positive impacts. And to do that, can we open up Mr. Gascoigne's summary proof, although now Mr. Pycroft's summary proof.
Again, just bear with me a moment while I...
So you're looking for, I think it's tabbed, it should say summary proof of evidence of Royd and Gascoigne.
Of Royden, not Ben.
Yep.
Find it. Oh. No, that's something else. No, mine hasn't been tabbed, sorry.
Ah.
It's Ben.
Okay, no, that's fine. While Mr. Hopkins is just grabbing it, if it's okay, this is the only paragraph we're going to. I can just do the first two bullet points, I think, just reading it out.
Whereabouts are we within?
So we're paragraph 2.14 in the summary proof.
2.14 summary, okay.
Mr. Gascoigne says, the benefits of the development and the weight to be accorded to each respectively is therefore summarised as follows. Councillor Shaw, I don't think you'll have it. Mr.
No.
Hopkins is just getting it. I'll just read out what it says. The benefits of the development and the weight to be accorded them respectively is therefore summarised as follows. And the first one's the delivery of market housing. Now, this is really for the inspector's benefit. There's a statement of common ground on the weight that the council says should be given to this. It's in the 5-year housing land supply statement of common ground, CD 9.02.
I know it's a CD, but I've got it.
Have you got it separately?
Here. So sorry, this is the housing supply and delivery, you say?
Housing supply delivery, yeah.
So what's the...
So it's CD 9.02.
in that.
And then within that is paragraph 2.25.
2.25, thank you.
And it says, as a result of the shortfall and in accordance with footnote 8 of the framework, it's agreed that the tilted balance, the presumption in favour of sustainable development is engaged. It's agreed that new housing at the appeal site would carry significant weight in the tilted planning balance. And Councillor Short, that reflects your position as well, doesn't it? Yes. Yep, okay. And then we'll do the same exercise with the delivery of affordable housing. It's in the same document, but if we go to paragraph 2.11, given the position on affordable housing delivery and supply in Rochford, it's agreed that the delivery of 232 dwellings, brackets 35% affordable homes at the appeal site, carries very significant weight in the planning balance. And Councillor Shaw, again, that reflects your position, does it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So then I want to go on to the other benefits in Mr. Gascoigne's list. Have you got now a copy of the summary? Yeah, and are you at paragraph 2.14?
I will have.
You're about to be, yeah.
I will have in about 2 minutes.
Well, hopefully less than 2 minutes.
No, all right. I have it.
You have. Brilliant. Okay, so we've done the first two, the delivery of market housing and the delivery of affordable housing. The third one is the delivery of a community building. Now, Mr. Gascoigne said significant positive weight. Can I have your view on how much weight should be given to the delivery of a community building as part of the development?
We haven't got any evidence that the existing buildings within the Rochford district are being fully utilised. So I don't think there's going to be, I don't give much weight of having a community building.
Okay. Next one down, associated economic benefits. Mr. Gascoigne said moderate positive weight. Can I have your view on the economic benefits or otherwise of the proposal?
If, as Councillor Easer said, if there is congestion on the roads, then our local businesses won't benefit because drivers will just go straight past them.
So would you say that, would you agree with Mr. Gascoigne's weighting, say it should be higher or say it should be lower? He said...
So it should be low. It would be lower.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's fine. Okay. Then amenity space, recreation space, public open space, school drop-off point, etc. He said moderate positive weight. Can you, on this topic then, turn to your proof? And there's a section at paragraph 5.2, reduction on width of the pavements outside.
Sorry, could you say it again? Sorry. What
Yeah,
number?
your proof, paragraph 5.2.
5.2.
5.2. So you deal here with the topic of the reduction in the width of the pavement outside Holt Farm Instant School. And you've said earlier in your evidence in chief that you're not saying that this is a reason for the appeal to be refused. But can I take you to ECC's comments, paragraph 5.4? And they there comment on the reduction in the width of the pavement. Could you summarise ECC's final position where they got to and your view on whether the reduction in the width of the footpath would be an advantage or a disadvantage of the proposal?
I would feel it'd be a disadvantage because you're removing, it was 6 metres already and it's now going down to 3.25, I believe. We've still got your very young children running across the pavements. And we also do have cycle lane there that cyclists do use. And ECC and RDC want to encourage people to cycle. And this, I feel, this would be, could cause various accidents because children don't realise that a bike could be coming along and they won't hear it.
Okay. Then in terms of the weighting that Mr. Gascoigne has given this, so he's given the delivery of amenity space, recreation space, public open space, school drop-off point, etc., moderate positive weight. Would you say, taking into account those packages, but also taking into account the changes brought about by the development, the weight should be the same, higher or lower?
Lower.
Okay. Flood alleviation scheme, low to moderate. Is there anything you want to say on that? I can ask Mr. Pycroft why is that range, but is there anything you want to say on that?
No, I'd let Mr.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then a decision made in accordance with the plan-led system, very significant positive weight. If the inspector takes the view that actually this is an application that is contrary to the plan-led system, so it's not in accordance with the plan-led system, your view on whether that bullet point would apply or not, first of all?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
So if we just look at the last bullet point, so one of the benefits being put forward is that this is a decision that's made in accordance with the plan-led system, and the appellant through Mr. Gascoigne, Mr. Pycroft, saying that that should be given very significant positive weight. In your view, does that benefit still apply if the development is not in accordance with the development plan?
No, it isn't in accordance, so it wouldn't benefit.
No. And if we look at the reasons why very significant positive weight were given, can you see at the top of the page there's 2 bullet points? And the second one starts the delivery of an allocated site.
What page? Where are we?
We're on the same page here, so it's the top of the page we're looking at. There's 2 bullet points. The second one starts the delivery of an allocated site. Can you see it?
On my proof or on Mr.
No, on the
Gascoigne's?
same page that we've been looking at. So it's just above paragraph 2.13 in Mr. Yep.
Yep.
Can you see the 2 bullet points at the top? Yep. And the second one says, delivery of an allocated site allowing development to proceed in accordance with the plan-led system would ensure confidence in the planning system and accord with the principle of consistency in decision-making. This should attract significant weight. And looking at the converse position, if a decision's made not in accordance with the plan-led system, what would be the impact on confidence in the planning system and consistency in decision-making? So if it's a benefit to follow the plan-led system because it improves confidence in the planning system, what would be the effect of not following the plan and not following the plan-led system in terms of confidence? Don't worry, it's been a long day.
It has,
Yeah.
sorry.
Let me put it like this.
I'm sorry, I've got a bit of a brain fog. I do apologise.
It's almost certainly my fault. If a decision is made to not follow the plan, do you think that will increase or reduce confidence in the planning system? Or maybe you don't have a view on it.
I don't think I have a view, because each application is done on its own merit,
Okay.
as it should be.
And doing that approach of each application on its own merits, we've seen the benefits and we've seen the harms, and the harms have been expressed through Councillor Eaves. Your view on whether the adverse effects significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits?
We need housing, which is a benefit. We looked at that, which is a benefit, and we need social housing, which is a benefit. But, as per Councillor Eaves, the congestion outweighs the gain.
And in terms of the test, significantly and demonstrably outweighs the gain, would you say it significantly and demonstrably outweighs the gain, or would you not?
It's significantly, does the gain.
Significantly and demonstrably. Okay, thank you. Let me just go back to your proof to double check, but I think in terms of planning side, I think for the final question, in terms of the impact on the highways network and the concerns that Councillor Eaves referred to, am I right in saying that you defer to his evidence? You're not calling separate evidence on the impact on the highway network?
No, I think Councillor Eaves has covered it
Okay.
completely.
Thank you. So in light of that, that's all my questions in evidence, Chief.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Parkinson. In light of what we said earlier, obviously we'll call a halt now, and I'll adjourn in a moment and set the resumption time for 9. But let me just double check here. One of the things I do need is the attendance list, so I'm not quite sure. It's over there. Do we think everyone's signed it? Hands up if you haven't. Okay, thank you. So we'll get that done. Mr. Foster, just so if I can remind you now, I don't need it now, but I did mention earlier. Yeah. I did mention earlier about those few redacted photos. So bear that in mind. Perhaps get that tomorrow. Yeah, that's fine. Is there anything else from anyone?
Just an update on the section 106, sir, because I think you wanted a daily update on progress. It's underway. I think it's being signed now, or over the next day. So it's well underway, and we're on track.
Okay. Right. Well, I'll have another look at the programme tonight in light of where we've got to and what's been said. Think on again for next week. So is there a general feeling between the advocates that closing the inquiry by close of play on Wednesday is still on target?
Very much hope so, sir, subject to hopefully making a little bit of better progress tomorrow morning with Councillor Shaw.
Yeah.
I won't have brain fog then, sorry.
After Wednesday, that's virtually
Yeah.
It would, but that's very low down on my options. I like it to be in person. I like to actually. I don't like it in writing. I like it to be in person in case things arise that we need to respond to. But let's not go too far down the track. We may sort of put on a pace in the next few days and be okay.
And I think, sir, once we're on to my witnesses, obviously the professional witnesses, so if we do need a few slightly later finishers, they might be able to do that, and equally earlier starts to try and make some time up.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, unfortunately, Friday.
No,
I don't
not
want
Friday.
to go longer than say.
No.
I said 3:30, didn't I?
Yeah.
I said 3 to 3:30, but 3:30. I would hope we're done by. I mean, I can stretch it to 4 if need be, but I mean, I know people will have distances to travel.
Yes.
So,
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
If
Okay,
if I may, sir, sorry. When I made that point about planning training next Wednesday, though it raised a laugh, it wasn't actually a joke.
No.
I will ask perhaps through Yvonne whether we can... Okay, there are other council meetings as well. Okay, evening session, okay. Looks like we may be able to do it, sir.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, the way I'm seeing things at the minute, Wednesday afternoon would quite likely be the time for closing submissions if we have managed to get through the other business and site visit by then. So, the attendance list, thank you.
So there was just one further point. I'm not sure what version of the Section 106 obligation you last saw. So given that it's now agreed and is in the process of being signed, it might be sensible just to get you...
Well, I got what was 11th of January.
11th of January.
It certainly wasn't the first one I got, so it was... I have had an updated one.
What I will do in the break is I will double check whether there were any further amendments after that date. If there were, because I know you'll have looked at that one, we can provide you with a new one and just perhaps identify where the amendments are so that it saves you time in terms of going through it, if that would help.
Yeah, that'll be good, yeah. Yep, okay. Well, that's the one that came through with a few attachments. There were plans and the travel plan information from the County Council, I think, when it came through as an email. But I'll not delay matters anymore now. Just double check, there isn't anything else from the parties? No? Okay, thank you then. On that, I'll adjourn now and we'll resume at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.